2 sausage rolls and 1 cookie. Yeah.
Okay there?
Yep. So 2 sausage rolls, 1 cookie for my breakfast. Outside. Good people, may I ask our audience you can keep the excitement. You can be excited, but can you be excited in your seats? Can you do seated excitement? If you can kindly take your seats. We have a day very rich in content, so we need to get started. I'm saying hello online in case you're there, I don't know. If you can kindly take your seats, that would be wonderful. If you can kindly take your seats, that would be fabulous. Shh. Can you make your way to your seats? I have no authority. None. This does not bode well.
Play the jingle and then you can...
Perfect. Okay, if you can kindly take your seats. I would be most grateful. I have no authority. This is not a good starting point for the moderator. Okay. If you can kindly take your seats. Thank you so very much. Smile for the... If you can kindly settle, I'm going to give you a moment just to take your seats. There's still people milling around there. If you can take a seat. You see, now you have fallen silent without me even having to ask. Thank you so very much. So, esteemed speakers, dear audience, those of you who are here in this plenary room and in the listening rooms, and those of you who are joining us online. I'm looking at these two cameras. Thank you very much for being with us. For those of you who are in the room, can I ask you to please check that your phones are on silent? That is most important. A very, very warm welcome to Cyprus, to Limassol, to Carib Mill, and to the European Maritime Day 2026, Shaping Europe's Blue Future Together. Now, this year's edition is organised and hosted by the European Commission, the Shipping Deputy Ministry of the Republic of Cyprus, and the Limassol municipality. Raise your hands. For whom is it their first time in Limassol? Who, raise your hands, is unbelievably happy that the event is here in May? Yay! So, my name is Katrina Sickle, and I have the pleasure and the privilege of being the Master of Ceremony and the moderator of the plenary sessions for this year's extravaganza of an edition in which we pay tribute to Maritime Europe. We put the spotlight on maritime sectors and activities that are going on in Europe and stimulate reflection and hopefully action on the crucial role that the seas play in our everyday life. Can I just ask one more question? Who saw the exhibition which is near the coastal front there? Who saw the Scientific Divers photographic exhibition? It's splendid. Are there any scientific divers in the house? Are you? I salute you. It is, if I have my time again, this is what I will be doing. So go and see it. If you haven't, it's really, really worth it. It's fantastic. So we have a lineup of fabulous speakers at our event. We're going to provide you with a very engaging and interactive experience, and we're going to cover so many different issues. So I know you all work in your different corners, you have different areas of specialism and interest, but I think that we will hit the nail on the head for all of you here. And we're going to also create space to discuss the challenges and seize the opportunities as we move forward as a community. So please raise your voices. I will make some space in most of the plenaries. If it's not with a raised hand in the room, it will be with Slido. I will get you on that momentarily. Go to the exhibition, talk to those fabulous people. Don't make them bring all of their gear and then leave them standing. Come on. There's brilliant, brilliant stuff there. And of course, raise your voices in the thematic parallels, in the stakeholder workshops, and this evening when you get to network. All sessions are in English, as you may know, just the plenary sessions. So for those of you online, they are streamed on the European Commission YouTube channel. And hurrah, right in the middle of the room is our brilliant graphic recorder, our illustrator, our artist, Fanny Didou. She knows this well. She did last year's edition. I would like you to give her a round of applause, because she's not going to be sitting down all day. Environment, social change, this really is her area, and she is going to capture key points from today. So everything I miss as the moderator, Fanny, is more than my backup, and we will be checking in with her from time to time so you can see some of the top-line messages that she has captured from our sessions, and they will be available on screens around the venue. So listening rooms here, as you know, there's restaurants, there's a workshop room, so anybody who gets stuck and doesn't want to be on their feet here can go into one of the listening rooms. All right, let us get you on Slido. That is most important. Let's get that done. Here is a QR code. If you can please scan the QR code on screen. If that doesn't work, you can go to Slido and enter the event, which is hashtag EMD 2026, but hopefully when you're in and on, raise your hand, because I'd just like to test that you're all good and that you've had enough coffee and you are awake and with me, all right? So when you're in, just raise your hand if you're set up. All right, I think enough of you are set up. Can we do that first word cloud? And ask also to the online audience, from where are you joining us? Where have you come from? That's the first question, if you will, and including those of you, hopefully, who are also set up online. From where are you joining us? So let's see that build. Warsaw. I love that. There's always somebody, EFKA. There's always somebody, isn't there, who does an organization and not a country. I love that. Ireland, Lithuania in capitals. Cartagena. Madagascar. Yeah, wow. Commission. Okay. Ostend. Very clear, Netherlands, but I'm not even going to pronounce Scheveningen. In the Netherlands, Santander. That's great, we all know why. Fabulous. Okay, Swansea. Ooh, is there anyone in the house from Swansea? Hello, Mr. Swansea. All right, quickly, what kind of stakeholder do you represent? Let's have an idea of who's in the room. That's the next word cloud. We will jump to that. And then very shortly, I will be able to introduce our opening speaker. So what kind of stakeholder are you? A policymaker? Are you a scientific diver? Are you a researcher? Are you a local authority? Are you from the regions? Are you industry? Wow, that's a great, very broad community. ETP, fabulous. We're going to hear all about the ETP tomorrow. Water Ministry, the Research and Innovation Community, Research Institute, Port, Seaweed Aquaculture. Small-scale fishers, fabulous. Right, let's jump to the last one. Again, it's a poll, so we'll just check that you're au fait with polls. If you can choose one of those, which would it be? Why are you here? Why did you come here today? And not just because we're going to hear from the mayor and others shortly, and we're all really happy to be in Limassol. So is it the networking? Is it understanding what the big picture policy is? Is it being inspired? Because there's a lot coming, as always. There's a lot here. Is it to contribute what? So, be inspired to meet the challenges and the opportunities ahead. Right, I think that's very useful for our opening speakers, because they will need, therefore, to inspire you. And our first opening speaker, it's my great pleasure to ask to push me off this podium, the Shipping Deputy Minister of Cyprus, Marina Hadjimanolis. So, a very warm welcome to you. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Limassol. Dear Commissioner Kadis, dear Minister Schinas, Mouchoutas and Fisheries, dear Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, it is both a profound honor and a genuine pleasure to welcome you all on behalf of the Republic of Cyprus to Limassol, to the European Maritime Day. Your presence here today reflects the importance of this gathering and the shared commitment we all bring to shaping the future of Europe's maritime domain. Before I continue, I would like to wish our Commissioner and to our Minister for their name day, and to all that I'm sure there are many that are celebrating today their name days. Hosting this landmark event in Cyprus carries a special meaning for us. As an island nation at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa, the sea is not simply part of our geography. It is part of our identity. For centuries, it has shaped our culture, our economy, and our outlook on the world. Today, that legacy continues as Cyprus stands proudly among the leading maritime centers of the European Union and globally offering a dynamic, high-quality, and resilient maritime cluster. Limassol, in particular, is the beating heart of our maritime sector. It is a city where tradition meets innovation, where global shipping companies operate alongside a vibrant ecosystem of maritime services, and where ideas and partnerships flourish. It is therefore a fitting venue for a dialogue that concerns not only Europe, but the global maritime community as a whole. The European Maritime Day reminds us that Europe is closely connected with the sea. Our union's prosperity, security, and sustainability are deeply connected to the seas that surround us. From trade and energy to food security and biodiversity, the maritime dimension touches every aspect of our lives. We are all aware that we face a time of profound transformation. The maritime sector, one of the most globalized and essential sectors of our European economy, is undergoing a fundamental transition. The imperative to decarbonize, the acceleration of digitalization, shifting geopolitical realities, and evolving global trade patterns are redefining the way we operate. These changes are not without challenges. The path to climate neutrality, in particular, requires significant investment, technological innovation, and above all, ladies and gentlemen, global coordination. In this context, the role of Europe is crucial. We must lead by example, but also by partnership. Our policies must strike the right balance, driving environmental ambition while safeguarding the competitiveness of European shipping and our oceans. We must ensure that the transition is just, realistic, and inclusive, leaving no segment of the industry behind. Cyprus is firmly committed to this course. As one of the largest ship management centers in the world and a reliable maritime hub, we actively contribute to the European and international dialogue on sustainable shipping and blue economy. Unlocking this potential requires integrated policies, cross-sector collaboration, and a long-term vision that places sustainability at its core. Ladies and gentlemen, no discussion about the maritime sector would be complete without recognizing its most valuable asset, its people. Seafarers are the backbone of the global trade. They keep supply chains moving, often under challenging conditions and far from home. The transition to a greener and more digital sector will require a workforce that is not only highly skilled, but also adaptable and forward-looking. We must inspire the younger generation to pursue blue careers at sea and in the wider maritime ecosystem. Towards this end, in the framework of the informal meeting of ministers responsible for maritime affairs, the member states of the European Union, and I want to thank all 27 member states that signed the Lefkosian Declaration and joined political commitment with a clear message that the future of European shipping lies first and foremost with our people. It brings together policymakers, the European Maritime Day, industry leaders, academics, innovators, and young professionals. And over the coming days, I encourage you to engage openly and constructively, share your perspectives, challenge your assumptions, and explore new avenues for cooperation. The complexity of the challenges we face requires collective intelligence and joint actions. In closing, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the European Commission, to all partners and stakeholders, and to the many individuals whose dedication and hard work have made this event possible. I also extend a warm welcome to all of you and wish you a productive and inspiring engagement here in Limassol. For our visitors abroad, welcome again to Limassol, and may your time in Cyprus be both professionally rewarding and personally enjoyable. Thank you very much.
Fabulous. So I think it just behoves me now to ask you to give a very, very warm welcome to the Mayor of Limassol, Yiannis Armeftis. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to Limassol. Honorable European Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Honorable Deputy Minister of Shipping, Honorable Ministers, Mr. Schinas, Mr. Fideris, Mr. Mouchoutas, esteemed representatives of institutions, organizations, universities, maritime business, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor and genuine pleasure to welcome you all to our city, Limassol. Today, our city proudly opens its door to Europeans' maritime community, warmly welcoming distinguished representatives from European institutions, ports, universities, research centers, business, and organizations, all united in shaping the future for our seas and coastal regions. Limassol is a city with a rich maritime heritage and a profound connection to the Mediterranean. For generations, the sea has shaped our economy, influenced our culture, and defined the identity of our city. It has connected Limassol to the world, transforming into a dynamic hub of trade, shipping, and international cooperation. We are proud that Limassol has evolved into the one largest and most renowned shipping centers of the world. Around our port, a strong ecosystem of shipping companies, maritime services, logistics, technology, and innovation has developed, making a significant contribution to the economic growth and international profile of Cyprus. Meanwhile, our universities and academic institutions are actively investing in maritime education, maritime research, and sustainable innovation, strengthening the connection between knowledge, entrepreneurship, and the blue economy. An approach that can ensure the sector's future growth will also cultivating in young people an appreciation for the importance of the blue economy. As a coastal city, we are fully aware for both the opportunities and responsibilities that come with our relations with the sea. This is why the municipality of Limassol actively supports policies and initiatives that promote sustainability, resilience, and climate neutrality. Our participation in the European Mission 100 Climate Neutral and Smart Cities by 2030 reflects our commitment to building a greener, smarter, and more sustainable future for our citizens and for future generations. For us, this is serious political commitment, a commitment to rethink the way we move forward. European Maritime Day is an important platform for dialogue, cooperation, and the exchange of ideas. It brings together people and organizations that shape the future of maritime of Europe and strengthens the shared vision for sustainable growth and the protection of our marine environment. It also offers an exchanging and fully interactive experience through important panel discussions and workshops, providing the opportunity to gain insight into the current state of play across a broad range of issues relating to the blue economy and the marine environment, while also discussing ways for moving forward. I hope that during your stay, you will have the opportunity to experience the hospitality of Limassol, enjoying our beautiful coastline, discover our rich history and culture, and immerse yourselves in the unique atmosphere of our Mediterranean city. I wish you all a successful and productive conference, as well as a memorable stay in Limassol. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much also for underlining the importance you said there about strengthening the connections between knowledge, entrepreneurship and the blue economy. And we heard there again, right at the beginning from you, Marina, you were talking about how important the sector relies upon a skilled workforce. So this is part of it and part of what one needs. Thank you very much for that. Now it is my great pleasure to invite to the stage the European Commissioner for Fisheries and Oceans, Costas. Kadis. Welcome to you.
Dear Ministers, dear members of the European Parliament, Mr. Mayor, my friend Yiannis, distinguished guests, dear friends of the maritime community, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address you today here in Limassol, a vibrant city at the crossroads of continents and culture in the Mediterranean. Let me begin by warmly thanking our hosts, Marina Hadjimanolis, the Shipping Deputy Minister of Cyprus, and Yiannis Armeftis, the Mayor of Limassol, and the people of this city and of this island for their generosity in hosting us, and especially for me being here in my home country makes this gathering of Europe's maritime community all the more meaningful. As the Mayor said, Limassol, its identity shaped by the sea, is a perfect setting for our discussions. Even this venue is a place rich with symbolism. Once the heartbeat of Cyprus's maritime trade, the Carob Mill now hosts our discussion on the future of our ocean. This transformation reminds us that Europe's relationship with the sea has always been one of adaptation, from commerce to conservation, and from tradition to innovation. This adaptability was also evident just 1 year ago when we adopted the European Ocean Pact. The Pact is our shared commitment to protect our ocean, improve ocean governance, strengthen our blue economy, and prove that sustainability and competitiveness go hand in hand. So what has changed in these 12 months? In simple words, we are turning this vision into action. We have taken decisive steps to strengthen Europe's maritime sector, from boosting industrial competitiveness and port resilience to preparing the future of fisheries and aquaculture through our CFP evaluation that will be followed by the long-term Vision 2040 for fisheries and aquaculture. This document, alongside the strategy for fisheries external action and the energy transition roadmap for EU fisheries and aquaculture, will be adopted next autumn. Tomorrow, I will announce the Energy Transition Partnership Champion, honoring innovation in energy transition across fisheries, aquaculture, and infrastructure. I invite you to join me in recognizing these pioneers who prove that progress and sustainability can work together. Let me turn to our common fisheries policy. The Common Fisheries Policy Regulation continues to be a strong tool. The recent evaluation gave us a clear diagnosis of what works and what needs improvement. The 2013 approach, balancing environmental, economic, and social sustainability, remains valid. At the same time, there is scope for targeted improvements to address the gaps and insufficiencies identified by the evaluation. Before moving forward, we want to receive input from the Member States, the European Parliament, the sector, the advisory councils, and the NGOs. We are also strengthening the knowledge base behind our decisions. Ocean observation data and marine knowledge are essential, and initiatives like Ocean Eye offer unique opportunity to integrate the research, industry, society, environment, security, and culture. It is also an opportunity for Europe to expand its leadership in ocean observation and marine knowledge. Tomorrow morning, I will present first elements of the Ocean Eye initiative, which will be adopted next month by the Commission, and it will be a tool to sharpen our ability to monitor, predict, and protect our ocean. We are also advancing work on our coastal communities, islands, and sustainable tourism, ensuring that the benefits of the blue economy reach every EU region. The Commission will adopt these strategies in June and will present them here in Cyprus. Later today, you will also be able to discover a prototype of the EU Ocean Dashboard, a tool we will launch later this year to help us track progress more easily and effectively. As we promised when we were adopting the European Ocean Pact, we will introduce a transparent way to monitor the progress towards implementing the 92 policy initiatives that are included in the Ocean Pact. And the EU Ocean Dashboard is the tool that will support us in this direction. Now turning to the European Ocean Act. The European Ocean Pact gave us a unified framework for EU ocean policy. The upcoming Ocean Act, its flagship initiative, will turn it into action. We will deliver the Ocean Act by the end of this year. As European Commissioner for Fisheries and Ocean, I see this as our key legislative tool to deliver on the Ocean Pact. It will introduce clear timelines and accountability for Member States and better ocean data to guide decisions. By replacing fragmented rules with a single strategic plan, it will help the EU manage its seas more precisely, sustainably, and effectively. It will align planning with environmental targets, set clear priorities for sea use, and remove conflicts between existing laws. But, dear friends, legislation alone is not enough. Maritime regional cooperation is also essential across sea basins and beyond our borders. The Eastern Mediterranean, in particular, is a region where more can be done in that respect. The Commission is ready to work with the countries in the region towards a dedicated sea basin strategy. As we begin this European Maritime Day, I want to recognize the dedication of everyone gathered here, the Blue and Ocean community of the Blue Forum, the High-level Ocean Board, the Energy Transition Partnership and the Advisory Councils, youth communities, and many others. Your work and dedication to the ocean are indispensable, and it reminds us that our efforts today are for the future. So over the next 2 days, you will help us shape the next steps for Europe's maritime future. So I wish you insightful discussions, bold ideas, and lasting partnerships. Let's work together to keep our seas a source of life, livelihood, and legacy for generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Guess what? I was about to stop you in your tracks, but then you've kind of done more sport because I need you to come back. And I need our first two speakers to come back as well. I need to ask back our Shipping Deputy Minister of Cyprus and our Mayor of Limassol, because I'd like you to have a family photo. So if you will come, you can give them a round of applause, please. Come. So come here. I think we have to maybe remove that one. I'm so bossy and finicky about these blooming lanyards. So where is the person who has to get the photo, not the person with smartphones? People with, okay, oh, very nice, nicely done there. No, look, you've got, I don't know, you can give them a round of applause, I feel. Make them feel. So I'm just waiting to see if the official photographer has what he needs. Keep looking, keep smiling. Are you happy, sir? No, there is a lot of origami with the camera going on. Right, now you're allowed to leave. Thank you so very much. Thank you to all of you. You'll be coming back shortly, in any case. All right. Now, a little bit of creativity on the photo side. Let's see about the creativity on our graphic illustrators side. I don't know if there's something that we could... You have a little bit going on there, Fanny? I'm not going to put you on the spot if there isn't. Ooh, yes. Absolutely. How do you like your portraits? Perfect? Yeah? Do you look decades younger? Yes, okay. One always does in cartoons. All right, so more where that came from. Thank you very much. All right, warm thanks to our opening speakers. We are going to move directly into this first high-level panel that really does set the scene, and it's asked the question, how can the future multi-annual financial framework support the implementation of the Ocean Pact? Voila. We might have a jingle, we might not. I'm leaving space. Maybe I spoke over your jingle. Did I speak over your jingle? Oh. Very briefly, it's a question I always ask the organisers of an event, why? Why is this conversation right at the start of this event? As you all know, that the implementation of the European Ocean Pact really is a political priority. We've got the future MFF 2028 to 2034, and that has to be an enabler in order to make sure that implementation happens on the ground. So the Commission's proposal has been tabled. It is in the negotiation phase. So the purpose of this panel is to exchange on the proposal, outline potential possibilities, potential opportunities with regards to the implementation of the Ocean Pact. Each member state, as I think you all know, has to soon prepare and submit to the Commission. Why am I saying this now? Because it's going to come up in the panel. Their national and regional partnership plans, their NRPPs, setting out the agenda of the reforms, investments, other interventions. And so in those, they have to outline funding and activities that support the implementation of the CFP as well as activities in the Ocean Pact. Now, you all know that the European Competitiveness Fund is going to help deliver on the Ocean Pact through different financial instruments, supporting projects in different policy areas. There's a lot of conversation around this. There's a lot of opinions around this. We're going to unwrap a bit of that and unpack it. But first, I need to ask the Commissioner to come back. I think you're going to set the scene again, are you not? I hope so. I suddenly thought you were going to say, no, Katrina, get on with it. So, a warm welcome back to the Commissioner, who's going to say a few words about this particular discussion. There you go. The hardest working man in the room, at present. At present.
So, thank you again, and indeed we gather today at a pivotal moment for the European Union's ocean and fisheries policy to exchange views on how the EU should support our sectors, fisheries, aquaculture, and the blue economy in the next multi-annual financial framework. Let me tell you from the beginning that the European Ocean Pact, presented by President von der Leyen last year, and the Ocean Eye initiative, launched again by President von der Leyen during the European Ocean Days in March, have firmly established the ocean as a high priority of this Commission. And this is reflected on the the proposal for the next MFF. As we shape the next MFF for the period 2028 to 2034, we must ask, how can we translate this commitment into action for our ocean? So, the concept and the reasoning behind the next MFF. The Commission's proposal introduces a more flexible approach. It offers Member States greater autonomy and responsibility in allocating funds. This has sparked an important discussion among the co-legislators as they finalize their positions. And let me stress that the new MFF provides the opportunity to continue supporting fisheries and aquaculture, as well as support the Ocean Pact, especially in those activities directly linked to its implementation. And let me outline the new structure and what is at stake. First, the European Fund that will support the Member States, national and regional partnership plans, the NRPPs, will become the main vehicle for supporting fisheries, aquaculture, coastal communities, the blue economy, and the ocean at large. Unlike previous frameworks, this approach allows member states to tailor programs to their national and local needs and priorities. NRPPs cover multiple policy areas, including our sectors. They will be able to decide, the member states, if this means support for small-scale fishers, aquaculture development, or helping coastal communities diversify their economies. But let me say it clearly and clarify it. The 2 billion ring-fenced amount for fisheries and aquaculture is just the starting point. Member states will have the opportunity to supplement this amount either through their NRPP fund or the other two funds. In that respect, the European Competitiveness Fund will play a key role in shaping the future of the sector, supporting activities that foster the competitiveness, sustainability, and resilience of fisheries, aquaculture, and the broader blue economy. It will support clean transition and decarbonization policies in the maritime sectors, including shipbuilding, offshore energy, ocean observation, and blue biotechnology. This creates major opportunities for the sector, be it supporting the energy transition of the fishing fleets or sustainable aquaculture technologies, developing sustainable port infrastructures and new blue value chains, or, for example, fostering research and innovation on more sustainable and selective fishing gears. Third, the Global Europe Instrument will reinforce the EU's role in ocean diplomacy and international ocean governance. It will also strengthen partnerships with non-EU countries to support sustainable fisheries and fight against illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And together, these instruments represent a new approach, more flexible, more integrated, and more focused on performance. They offer the potential to maximize funding for our sectors. But I have to be honest with you. We must also acknowledge the potential risks. Fisheries and aquaculture, though vital, remain smaller in scale than agriculture or cohesion policy, and without strategic prioritization, our sectors could lose out in the competition for funds. That is why member states must actively design partnership plans that prioritize and maximize support for our sectors. Moreover, to deliver on the objectives of the European Ocean Pact, these new mechanisms provide not only flexibility, but also sufficient guarantees. Flexibility, however, should not come at the expense of ambition. The success of our ocean policy will depend on our ability to match our objectives with adequate and reliable funding. The next steps now lie with the co-legislators, who will negotiate the final outcome of this proposal. As you prepare your national and regional partnership plans, I call you to take a strategic and visionary approach. This is why I strongly encourage you to include activities that deliver on the common fisheries policy and the contribution to the European Ocean Pact. So the timing of our discussion, I think, could not be better. And I look forward to hearing your views on how we can make the most of this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Essentially, well, number one, for explaining it all, because then I don't have to. Great. Number two, for what you said right at the end. Essentially, that's what we are doing here in this first conversation. How can we make the most of it? And how can we make sure that you said something, hang on, I'm just going to flick through my notes here. You said something very, flexibility should not come at the expense of ambition. But you laid out where you have concerns and where you said member states need to really prioritize. So that's kind of the background. If you will let me just read out the names of all four speakers first, and then you can come. Otherwise, we can't hear you if everybody's clapping between, all right? So we have four illustrious speakers for this first session. We have former Vice President of the European Commission for promoting our European way of life, and currently Minister for Rural Development and Food in Greece. We have Margaritis Schinas. Hold your thoughts for a moment. We have member of the European Parliament and of the European Parliamentary Intergroup on Seas, Rivers, Islands and Coastal Areas. We have MEP from the S&D Group, Christophe Clergeau. Also, from the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats, we have MEP André Rodrigues. So he is also in this intergroup, Syrica, but he is also a full member of the PESH committee. So two hats, brilliant, very helpful for this conversation. And of course, we have the Director General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Charlina Vitcheva. So perhaps come and sit in that order. You may now give rounds of applause, and I can invite you in that order to come to the stage. Thank you so very much. So, Margaritis Schinas, then we have Christophe, André, and finally, I think we should bookend the gentlemen.
Yeah.
We should
First of
bookend
all,
the gentlemen.
thank you for being with us.
Pleasure. You see, they are the thorns between the roses. You can't have my seat, you have to be there next to you.
That's yours.
I think it should be. I hope it should be. So, sit, join. I think you would agree, it's very good. This is the conversation that has to be had right at the outset. Now, I'm going to say something now. We might go to 11:05. We might go a little over, because I have 3 rounds of questions so that we can really wrestle and unpack with this, and and I've got questions to ask you via Slido, all right? So the first thing I ask all you brilliant people, please condense the brilliance of your respective brains into a couple of minutes per intervention, because then we've got a little bit of space to unpack this. So what we're going to do first is look at the structure of the next MFF and whether these funding amounts that have been announced are really aligned with the ambitions of the Ocean Pact. So, first of all, I'm going to ask you to look on these screens at the results of what I'm going to ask now for our audience in a Slido poll. And that is, do you believe the proposed MFF is sufficient to meet the Ocean Pact's ambitions? There are 4 choices, and obviously all of you online, please get busy with your thumbs, because we want to hear from you too. So do you believe the proposed future MFF is sufficient to meet the Ocean Pact's multiple objectives? So interesting to see where the percentages sit. This is going to be a cheerful opening conversation, isn't it? We're all going to be very happy. Okay. All right. Surprised with that? No, not surprised with that result? You? You surprised that not enough money secured? No, you would expect this to be. Okay, so let's come to you first, if I will, and from the member state perspective, do you consider that this new what we call financial architecture is going to be more efficient? And do you think it is going to be efficient enough to ensure that we deliver on the Ocean Pact? Or are you already thinking, oh my goodness, there's a structural funding gap?
Thank you, Katrina. Good morning, everybody. Kalimera. I'm in a bit of a schizophrenic situation here because, as most of you know, I have dedicated most of my professional life defending the Brussels view. But I'm sitting here in my capacity of the Greek Minister for Agriculture and Fisheries. So this requires some mature thinking before saying whether I agree or I don't agree with what I read here. And the short answer is I'm not surprised, but I do not agree. I have learned in my life to choose carefully the battles I deliver. So I think it's not very wise for the sector, and I'm being very brutally honest here, to start shooting from the hip in the middle of the MFF negotiation on the structure of the proposal. This, I think, it's a lost battle. The structure is given, the structure is good, the structure is novel, it compels member states and the Commission to do things differently, it unsettles many certainties, it shakes many deep and narrow vertical communities, both in the administration and in industry and stakeholders. So it compels us all to take a broader view. Now, from the Greek side of this argument, I think that we'll be ready to work in this new architecture. Greece is a maritime superpower. We're a world champion, commercial shipping, but we also have a vibrant agriculture and fisheries sector. We are the European champions of aquaculture. If you eat a fish in a European restaurant, most likely it would come from a Greek aquaculture facility. Same thing if you have a paella in Western Europe, the mussels, the mule, would most certainly come from us too. So I'm entering into this negotiation with a broader view, and I'm going to choose my battles very carefully. Next Tuesday, we have a cabinet meeting in Athens, and the Prime Minister has asked me to brief my fellow ministers precisely on this subject, the future of CAP in the framework of the new MFF. So I like the structure. I'm ready to work within the structure, and I will give carefully the battles that pertain to our specific interest, but within this system, not undermining it or shooting it from the hip.
Thank you very much. I scribbled here because I thought that was a nice 3 words. You said the structure is noble. This is what it is. Don't bother to mess with it during the negotiation. Have a look at the opportunities, and I picked up that you said it's asking the EU and its member states to do things differently. I'm going to jump over you momentarily, Christoph, if I may, to your fellow MEP and just look particularly focused on the blue economy sectors and how the MFF proposal can address the needs of that sector. But in particular, as I said, because you are part of this intergroup, Syrica, in particular from the perspective of the outermost regions. That's you. I love the way you were listening and then surprised that it would be you who would answer. Yeah, it is you.
Yes, good morning, Katrina. Good morning, all. Let me start by saying this is a pleasure to be here. But I have to abord this question with two different perspectives. First, the present. The present, we must say that we already have 2 years from the end of the current program, the current MFF. And according to the Commission's own evaluation, implementation remains too weak. So we must do far better and far faster that we are doing in order to have more good results. Before the new discussion regarding the new MFF. It's no secret for anyone here at the stage, and I believe at the room as well, regarding to the new MFF, that the European Parliament and I personally found the Commission proposal disappointing, to say the least, because we must do better, we must do best regarding the blue economy and even more clearly for fisheries. So in order to discuss the new MFF, we have, and I can agree more, not enough money secured by the blue economy. And even regarding to the architecture, we should be establishing that there are risks of, with the flexibilization, that is a good intention to have some dilution regarding the competition between different policies at the national level. And that is a very big concern, because we must recognize that fisheries don't have the same political power in national level as other departments and sectors. The future MFF should preserve strong ring-fence support for fisheries, aquaculture and maritime sectors, especially on the outermost region. And being from an outermost region, one big concern that I also have is that we cannot address the problems regarding the outermost regions with a continental mindset. We have a strong dependence on the sea that impacts the livelihoods and the economy sectors of the outermost regions. And I believe, as the Commissioner already stated, that legislation only is not enough. We should be doing a little bit more, with more cooperation, working together. And I'm not concerned with the proposition that architecture of the next MFF should be stable and should be remaining as so, because this is the time that all the stakeholders, the co-legislators, must participate in order to improve the proposal, and that is what the European Parliament is doing as well.
Thank you. So you're saying don't shoot from the hip, and you're saying now's the time to tinker. Now's the time to ask for what you want. Because I heard there you're saying, I mean, you made the comment about the outermost regions that you cannot approach from a continental perspective, but you also said, I'm concerned there could be competition between different policies at national level, and particularly you're thinking, oof, blue economy, fisheries, not sure whether they're going to get the attention that they need. Okay, let's see now, interesting. Hang on a second, just before, who in the room would agree here with our first speaker? Let's just not shoot from the hip, let's take the structure as it is, and then make sure we do the best with it. Who has this? Raise your hands, don't be shy, to be optimistic. Okay. And who is a little bit, oh, I'm a little bit concerned that there might be competition here. There might be competition between sectors, and some will not get the attention that they need.
A lot of cautious people.
Well, a lot of people are either doom scrolling on their phones, or they're thinking about a delicious lunch in Limassol, I think. Okay, so Christoph, it'll be interesting to hear from you now, your two penneth, as we say in English, how you see the synergies between the Pact and the MFF proposal, and what do you think? Should there be provisions in the proposal that should be amended?
So, thanks for the question, and thanks for the invitation. And I would like first to underline that the Parliament is changing the structure of MFF. Then there will be negotiation, obviously, but we have an agreement between S&D, EPP and other groups to deeply modify the structure. Yes, formally, there will be NRPP, but we try to split NRPP in social fund, agri policy, and regional and cohesion policy to secure regional and cohesion policy, because as Commissioner Kadis said, it will be a key policy for maritime actors and sectors. And then we try to rebuild an MFF at 8 billion and not 2 billion. So perhaps the end of the story is between, but the end of the story can't be 2 billion. I think it's clear for the Parliament as a whole. So obviously there is a flexibility trap in that debate, because for maritime actors, flexibility, it means to be a lamb in a world of loves. We are always the little sector. And in competition, we need to have more arms. Arms and arms, both. So I think it's very important. So we'll come back to the detail, but I come back to a question about the articulation between MFF and the Ocean Pact. Yes, the Ocean Pact is the global framework. The Ocean Act will be a main tool to traduce it in more binding or concrete tools. And the money is what we need to implement. But one of the key questions will be how to be sure that we are really mobilizing the money to address the goals. And to do that, we need tools. We need tools within MFF. It's what we are trying to do with our S&D coordinator, Jean-Marc Germain, which is also rapporteur for the performance framework. Perhaps you do not what is this regulation in MFF, but it's a very important one because it does set transversal tool. And we want to have a specific tool to monitor the spending of the money for maritime sectors and for the implementation of the Ocean Pact. And through the Ocean Act, we need new tools for governance to be sure that there will be the permanent coordination within the Commission, but also the Council, but also the Parliament, to monitor the action. And it will be my last words. We will have a pact, a legislation, a MFF, we are strategists, but we need a master action plan to really describe step by step what we want to do and how it is financed. And we have not at that moment.
Thank you. And I would say, apart from the monitoring, obviously, when it comes to it, but there's obviously a lot more to discuss and to make concrete is the enforcement, which will always be an issue. But I mean, I just put that in there. We won't talk about that now. I literally am waiting with bated breath, and I think the audience is as well, Charlina, to find out what you're going to say after you've heard all this and how you see the Commission proposal for this future MFF is fit for purpose to deliver on all of those diverse, objectives of the Ocean Pact.
No, thank you very much, Katrina, and very warm welcome to everyone. Since I speak for the first time, many, many thanks to the hosts. Wonderful city, very much maritime city. We are at the right place. Yes, so it's a very difficult role to square the circle, and despite the fact that Katrina was asking us to be not transfixed into too much plus, too much negative, I will try to be really as balanced as possible. And it's not because I'm coming from the Commission, it's not because it's our Commission proposal. I do really think that we have all the opportunities to make the best for the maritime sector from what is on the table. But of course, the co-legislators are there. They're going to shape it the way they want in debate and discussion. And I would like to ask a question that actually don't need an immediate answer because the answer is suggestive. On what do we spend our money? On priorities. And this is the right way to do it. We have a priority in defense. Money will go to defense. We have priority on decarbonization because of many reasons, because of profitability in the first place, and at the same time sustainability. We're going to spend money on that. And what we did in the Commission, we managed with the top level of our political hierarchy to establish the maritime as a priority. And the Commissioner was very clear. We have the European Ocean Pact for the first time launched by not only our President of the Commission, it was launched also by the President of the European Council. Many heads of state and prime ministers and ministers were there when this pact was launched. So, maritime is a priority. We simply have to stand the track that it is a priority, and we have to sustain this battle between priorities. It is the fair way, and we have to do it. So I strongly believe that now we can tap from the 3 pillars of the architecture. And I also trust the architecture. We have the national plan, partnership plan, because we have to establish the priorities in partnership. It's more than 450 billion. How much we're going to take out of it? It depends on how much strong we are in defending that this is a priority. We set the Schinas Commission, and we have to follow the track. And also, I know the criticism, but I really would like to say it. We are a bit comparing pears and apples. We cannot compare between 2 different approaches. The 6 billion in the past was the maximum amount, and I know it because once said, we could never jump over it. And I was trying like hell, also as someone that is coming from the Regio field. And I was trying to tap money from the European Regional Development Fund. No, because there is delineation, delineation, delineation. Now there is no delineation. So we can tap from the bigger amount. So we cannot compare between maximum amount and the ring fenced, which is equal to a minimum amount, where we are saying already that many of the elements of the needs are not there covered. So it is already in the legislation said that we, on top of that, we have to spend on that, that, and that, and that. And it is our work now to really outline the needs, all of us, the needs from the point of view of the Commission and the needs from the point of view of the Member States. So I do believe that we have not only the structure, but we have the strength and ambition in this room to struggle for our priorities. And as I said, it's not only the plan. We have the Competitiveness Fund. And let's not forget that it's really an ample amount of money there, for example, to serve the decarbonization. For example, we have the shipping industry and all the vessels, not only the fisher vessel, needs to decarbonize. We are not going to take it all from the national plans. We're going to take it from the Competitiveness Fund with all the innovation that we can support from there. We have the Global Fund. We have so much there. The Ocean Eye, the International Alliance. So let's not be on the complaining side. And I fully agree with Margaritis, with the minister. I know him from so long, and I really trust his wisdom. And he's demonstrating it. We have to work from now instead of complaining, just to put our food as a priority. And we are doing it well so far.
Thank you. And thank you for starting by aligning the ambition, you know, what has been put on the table by the highest of the high at the Commission with the support of Member States, and how that should, in theory and in practice, percolate down to setting the priorities and making sure the funding is used. I'm going to have to ask you to be all a bit shorter in your next rounds, but just before we move on, in just a few sentences, the comments you heard there from both of our MEPs saying tinker, and we are tinkering, and you talked about, those were your words, a flexibility trap. You were concerned. Just very briefly, what would you say in answer to their concerns?
I have full respect for Parliament's position. Parliament, that's their role. The role is to shape the Commission proposals in the way that reflects parliamentary majority. Two colleagues here, of course, come from, let's call it, thematic communities. I don't say vertical, I say thematic. But the challenge for you, or like-minded people, would be to find a way to woven your opinion into a broader parliamentary majority where other priorities may prevail. That's the beauty of the European Parliament. Now, coming back to, I was very disciplined, Katrina. I only spoke on the architecture, as you asked me. I didn't speak on the risks. Now I'll go into risk territory. Look, let's be honest. In this structure, there are two options. I don't know what the final outcome would be. That's still, and I have a feeling that this will be Chefsache. This will be discussed by the leaders themselves. They will settle the final setting. So I, in a way, trying to predict what would be the elements for the final deal. And I see it like this. It's a dilemma, actually. If the vertical thematic communities keep pushing for total ring fencing of the sub-elements, then these national and regional plans would be like the Swiss Confederation, very strong cantons and very weak federal structure.
So you think it would undermine the overall, okay.
So there would be people who say, why bother then? If everything is ring-fenced, why do we need the NPP in the first place? The other option for the leaders would be to say, okay, let's have some ring fencing, but also let's give, as the Director General very graphically said, let's give incentives, options, let's give more to more interesting ideas. So if there is something that comes from a vertical, thematic, ring-fenced community that can delve into another pocket, why not? Let's go for more. And then the 2 billion can be 4 or 5 or 6. So at the end of the day, this would be the challenge. How you settle between a claim which is emerging, this is not a surprise, it has been around for about full ring fencing and some ring fencing with more option to go. This would be the element. And everybody, us, member states, European Parliament, would have to settle. I'm afraid that the Commission would not have much to say on that. It would be like a notary that will take note and will be consulted on how all this work, but the deal would be here.
Okay, by the way, I love that. When you went the 2 billion, there is not 2 billion here on the floor, by the way. I was like, I said, oh, is there really?
No, the 2 billion
just...
are the people who say that the 2 billion is not enough.
The 2 billion is not
That's
enough. Okay, so just in case anybody thought. I'm very conscious. I might not be able to get through 3 rounds, certainly 2, but I think you want to just say something there, do you not? Yes, okay. So let's do that, because you were both going up.
Yes, let me be very brief. I think the big concern is, as the Minister said, there cannot, the 2 billion can be more, but they can be only 2 billion as well. And that is a lower point that we have this current time. The other position is, we must think and have full awareness that when I hear complaints that the Parliament or other co-legislators are focusing on complaints, we must think as well that we live in a very polarized political landscape. And it strikes to me that in the PESH committee, for instance, in spite of that very polarized landscape, there is unanimity considering that the proposition, the original proposition from the Commission, is very disappointing. So we must think a little bit on that as well. But I must recognize that I know the Commission has a good intent. I know we should be doing more and change a lot to have different outcomes, because the current outcomes are not greater for the fisheries, for the coastal communities, and we see that on the evaluation of the CFP that was published even last week.
Okay, so I didn't know there, Christoph, you were certainly, when there was this talk about, you know, if we have too many areas of ring fencing, that kind of might undermine the whole, the chapeau, and I think you were kind of reflecting on that. Was there something you wanted to come back on?
Yeah. Quickly, first, we do not know the global level of the MFF. The Parliament is asking for 10% more, and probably the Council will advocate for 10% less. So even the 2 billion, we do not know if they are there or not. Second, the main achievement of Commissioner Kadis in MFF was to have a clear mention of how the MFF was supposed to support the implementation of the Ocean Act in each pillar and in each window. So this is very important because it is a starting point, but it is not so concrete. And for example, in NRPP, there is some different priorities which are much concrete, with more political support, for example, housing, including from our own group. And so my fear is that, yes, the flexibility can be an opportunity if your priority is the first, not if it is the last in the queue. And a last element, yes, it's not useful to try to earmark everything. I totally agree. And now we have opportunities in ECF. And the NRPP field was the more important in the current MFF, but I think that for blue sectors, for oceans, the most important pocket of money will be in ECF. With my team, and with Syrica, we consider that we should mobilize 120 billion for oceans in the next MFF. But when we built this figure, 20 billion are coming from Horizon Europe, 30 billion is coming from security, defense, and resilience. And maritime defense is totally key. If we have real mobilization of this heading for maritime defense, it will have also a spillover effect on ports, on maritime industry as a whole. So now what we are doing in the Parliament, and with different groups, and in different committees, because you are totally right, we have to build networks and majorities, is to have much more precise wording about oceans in each regulation to concretely describe what we should finance. If we achieve that, or we need the support from the Council to do that, when the Commissioner will have to discuss with his colleague about implementation, he will be able to refer to this precise paragraph, saying, for example, that maritime defense should be 20% minimum of, I don't know if the percentage will be in the regulation, not, but a very important issue for military aspects. And then we will have money. And it's like that for each regulation and each pocket. And it is the job that has not been done yet. We have to do now, and we have to do all together.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll hold that. Is it okay? Or no, go on. I can't leave you out. Can you make it beautifully concise, please?
I just wanted to say that if we talk about traps, it's not that I disagree with many of the statements, but I take them from a different perspective. There are many traps when you have to negotiate. You have also delineation traps. So it's not only the trap of flexibility. There are many traps, and we have to really hold it up in a positive manner and fight for our priorities. And I was very happy to hear from Christophe that they are aspiring to scales like 100 and 120 billion, because this is what we are talking about. It's not about 2 or 4 or 6 billion. It's about, 3-digit at least. And we have to defend it, because maritime is much bigger than 6 or 8 or 10. And we have to work together. I fully agree with Christophe that now our basic fight will be to put the wording under each and every pillar in this architecture, to be able to have a hook to say, here is the priority, we have to plan around it.
Thank you. And also, just in respect of what you said at the very beginning, the reason why you absolutely also need to do that is so that there isn't a priority that gets prioritized, and then you said there's kind of this dwindling hierarchy of priorities. Okay, let's leave that bit there for the moment. I'm not, it's just to be clear, if I wasn't at the beginning, I can't take questions from the room from these good people, but the way that we are engaging you is through Slido, and I'm going to do that now, if I may. I'm going to ask you another question, please, which is your view on the new delivery model of the proposed next MFF. So if we can just go to that poll, if we will, what's your view on the new delivery model of the proposed next MFF. And obviously, you know, hearing what you've just heard from these four speakers, perhaps that's changed what might have been your opinion before you heard from them. So we will give that some moments to settle. Some are unsure, some are negative, some are mixed. And the optimists in the room are right at the bottom. At their dwindling percentage. Oh, yeah. All right. Not negative in terms of increased competition between member states and policy areas instead of the coordination, but unsure. There is a reliance at the EU level to ensure consistency. Any comments on that before we dive in? Anybody want to say anything about this? Yep. Yes, yes, of course you may. Of course you may.
Because the question is, it will depend on the EU-level Commission coordination to ensure consistency, obviously. But the concrete problem is there. Two quick examples. Maritime industry, we have a strategy, but we do not have a sectoral action plan to support shipbuilding or to support marine renewable energy. We have for steel, but we have not for maritime industry. When we are talking about restore our ocean, if we do not have LIFE program, if we do not have anymore the restore our ocean mission after 2030, and if we do not have real mobilization from NRPP to address biodiversity at sea and contribution of sea as carbon sink to tackle climate change, we will have nothing. So perhaps we need, for example, a roadmap, not only a research and innovation, but a roadmap how to restore our ocean, how to achieve the good health of our good environmental status of ocean in the next years. We didn't reach the 2020 target. Now, how do we do? In some cases, we do not have a roadmap. So if we do not have a roadmap, we won't have the funding.
I have two remarks on this. The first remark is I have been through many, many years and I've seen how proposals on MFF start, develop, and settle. I don't think there was an example of a Commission proposal that was welcomed. I think part of the MFF adventure is that at the beginning, everybody hates the Commission proposal. I think it's the only way to get a deal, and I think the Commission knows it. That's why they go bold. And this, what we're reading here, it's a typical example of this. Now, on Christophe's point that we do have a strategy for steel, but we don't have a strategy for maritime industries. It's not that simple. Steel is steel. You have a plant, have people go to work, they produce steel, then you have to have trade deals, sell it, tariffs, prevent it coming in. That's it. That's the strategy. The maritime industries and oceans and fisheries, it's a kaleidoscopic situation. We are not all the same. Let me take you to Greece. Greece in itself represents an example of diversity, variety, and conflicting interests. And I'll take you into the maritime industries to see. I was telling you earlier that we like to believe that we are the European champions of aquaculture, right? This is a success story. It's 1 billion business export per year. But the coastal communities that live around aquaculture, they don't like this success, and they're not impressed. They don't want aquaculture to be next to their beaches and to their shores, next to the hotels. And when we discuss money for aquaculture, then the coastal shipping fishermen say, well, why for them and not for us? They don't have petrol, we have petrol. So it's very difficult to come up with a strategy. Frankly, I have always been very skeptical about strategies and visions. I prefer more a tangible, short-term deliverable that settles on money policy objectives in a way that can merge conflicting interests. But we are talking, and the proof of what I see in this room and in the exhibition is a living proof that we are facing a very diverse structure, a sector. And it's not that simple to transpose a classical industrial strategy into a one-size-fits-it-all on something which is so diverse, so rich, so different.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to just stay quiet.
I have to.
I think that's the best way, actually. It's the best.
The result is beautiful. First of all, we have only, a quarter of negative, which is not expected. And secondly, there is so much placed on the Commission, because EU level and Commission coordination, so it depends everything on that, 41%. Plus, there is a risk of fragmentation of EU-wide coherence, but again, it links to it depends on EU Commission coordination. So, honestly, a lot of expectation, though everybody's criticizing us, there is a lot of expectation that we are going to fix it, and we will try our best. So that's my comment.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes, politics is the managing expectations, and I'm speaking about particularly the coastal communities and the fisheries sector. In order to discuss aquaculture, I was hearing about in the last coming years, EU has been very stable in aquaculture sector, and we are not competitive around the world, and we should be doing a lot more to have a more productive aquaculture, and that regards the national and European Union legislation, so it is another discussion. But looking at that, what I hear outside the Brussels bubble regarding the fishery sector in the coastal communities is one thing is sure for them. We are living in a very uncertain geopolitical landscape, and fishers are sensitive that they don't have the political power, the political representation in national level, in European level, to be part of this discussion. So when we are talking about the policies that impact those communities and their lives and their livelihoods, they are feeling that they are being left aside, and they are feeling that right away. So the expectations management for the future is important, but we should be considering what they are saying now, because what they are saying now is very concerning regarding the way they are seeing the future, and this generation renewal, fleet renewal as well, are big concerns that they don't understand how the national level with the RPPs will solve this problem.
Okay, but doesn't that sit, and then I'm going to move on to one more round, but doesn't that also sit as the responsibility of the member states to ensure that they are brought into the conversation at the right time? And of course, member states are so different. You know, you are right up there, the champion of champions. Here we are, right on the waterfront. There are many, you know, that are landlocked and don't have that same approach.
That's why the risk of fragmentation.
Yeah.
That's why the risk of fragmentation of EU-wide coherence and the response is a big concern, because we have one good intention with flexibilization, but the other, the risk of the dilution of the policies and the budget to fisheries and to the ocean is quite considerable, because we have different priorities in different level states, and if Commission says, okay, this is a national discussion and a national decision, what we are seeing is in national levels there will be different responses and will increase inequalities as well.
We'll leave it there. Thank you. And this isn't even the negotiation for the MFF. This is these four. This isn't even that. Actually, I always. So brilliant, and it gives you, I think, insights into the discussion, which is very important. By the way, I always ask this question: who would like to be a fly on the wall in the MFF negotiations? Because I really would. I'd love the opportunity for that. Yeah, you would? We will go together. We will take snacks. Do you? Snacks and gin is my proposal. We will take. Okay, there are a couple of other areas that I just wanted to touch on in the last round, and we will run a last Slido, but there's things that we haven't looked at. So this mega fund under the MFF, I'm coming to you. You are the PESH member rapporteur for the Commission's proposal of, I love this, the European Fund for Economic, Social and Territorial Cohesion, Agriculture and Rural, Fisheries and Maritime Prosperity and Security, 2028 to 2034. Oh, if a strategic approach is taken, do you think, can therefore the framework deliver more? I know you have huge concerns for the sector, for priorities, but how do you see that fitting in?
Yes, it's all about what we are discussing now, because, of course, we understand the Commission intention to do things different, to achieve better results, to have more flexibility in order to be able to get more money for the very important sector, to have an holistic approach on the ocean policies, and to Europe achieve the leadership in the global area regarding the ocean. But that being said, I think that this approach can be positive, but also has some risks. And the risks, as I've been trying to explain outside the Brussels bubbles like we discussed, is that people are not being able to achieve the policies, to be the final beneficiaries of those policies. And so the key issue is, of course, governance, clear objectives, measurable outcomes, transparency, strong involvement of the local communities on those discussions. And I think we are falling short on that particular objective. Of course, we are on the middle of the path, and we have a lot to do in the Parliament as well, and we have different opinions. But this is the democracy working. So
absolutely,
we have to be more constructive, both sides, in order to achieve what I believe are the common goals. And the common goals is to have a comprehensive policy, policies that can work for the people who are working on those important sectors, for our food sovereignty, for our strategic autonomy at European Union level. So.
But that's the nub of it, isn't it? I mean, I think, and maybe, listen, this isn't my daily bread and butter. I am listening in. I mean, in order to fix issues, or in order to mitigate and address what one sees as concerns and challenges and possible, kicking the can further down the road when you have to open another Pandora's box of obstacles or problems, you are all defining now what the risks could be, what the opportunities are, where the concerns sit. This is how we need to mitigate them. So the ingredients, the ingredients are there. It's also, like you say, it's having those conversations that can work towards a useful consensus where all stakeholders get engaged at the right moment. But I'm going to just stay, because I'm sort of sticking to you as Mr. Positive now. I'm sort of veering towards it. So I'm going to actually ask you a question, because you brought up aquaculture. You actually made the comment we need to export it actually more, but you brought up aquaculture. We've heard about fisheries, the concerns for certain sectors, also, coastal communities. So, looking at these national and regional partnership plans, you've got your current portfolio. What would your advice be to your counterparts? And picking up on what we've heard, let's make sure that certain sectors aren't marginalised within this competitiveness-driven MFF logic. So that could be aquaculture, that could be fisheries, that could be coastal communities.
Well, I'm also responsible for agriculture, which is also a big ring-fenced, very big. So I have to keep attention to both my babies in the nursery.
Do you love them equally?
Yeah, absolutely.
No favorites. No favorites.
But not the same amount of money.
Not the same amount of money, but I can assure you that they both produce the same amount of moaning and complaints.
Right.
Anyway, coming to your question, I mean, I think enough has been said on the opportunities, the risks, the parameters of this operation. I think everybody understood that, and I very much agree, Katrina, that this, in a way, is a huge public negotiating session, because, I mean, you would like to be in the negotiating room, but don't expect that they will be discussing something different. That's what it is. That's what's on the table. Now, coming back to advice on what I would recommend or what I would strive for, money aside and architecture aside, I think there are two things that matter a lot for me, and I think for most of my counterparts in the Council. The first is, of course, flexibility. If we have this flexibility at national level, that's a good thing. I'm happy. But we also have to delineate the boundaries between how we exercise this national flexibility and all these DG MARE experts who would have a very close eye on how we do. And they would always say that they do it to ensure coherence, and fair enough. But the limits of flexibility is one thing that I think matters a lot for me and for most ministers. The other thing where I sense there is a unanimous agreement between capitals is the need for simplification. I discussed this with Costas repeatedly. We had these omnibus initiatives for the current period. As we prepare now for something that would be fundamentally new, that would pose new challenges, new operations, new procedures, it would be a nightmare if we go into a new system and someone thinks that more rules would make the new system work. That would be a recipe for disaster. We need simplification, we need clarity, we need rules. Again, now I talk from my previous life in Brussels. There is the perception that more rules mean more, how should I say, transparency. In a way, if you have more rules, it's difficult to cheat, it's more controlled. It's false. More rules, believe me, leads to more temptation to cheat. You need more, the more labyrinthic all this regulatory environment is, the more people are tempted to take
they want a
shortcut.
Yeah.
So we need simplification, and I will keep, I know the Commissioner is fully on board, but we need to make an effort to inject this. Together with the flexibility, this simplification would be the two elements, the two principles that matter a lot to me.
Thank you very much. Right, I have two more questions and then a last Slido. So I'm going to come to you, Christoph, and just again, you know, as a member of Syrica, you've got knowledge of that area, also blue economy sectors. Just, is there anything that you missed being able to say in terms of how we ensure that sectors aren't placed in competition, that they're very coherently and equitably covered? Did you manage to say everything that you could, or do you have other... No, of course you didn't. Okay, let me rephrase that. What more might you like the audience to think about or to reflect on? What matters to you in terms of making sure that sectors aren't placed in competition with one another?
So first, a political general remark, because we do not are part of the same political family.
Just hold here. Just for the online.
Excuse me. We all love simplification. It's better to have simplification by design from the beginning. So if we can achieve that in MFF, it will be a good news. But what we call omnibus at European level have nothing to do with simplification. Just check by yourself. It's always about deregulation. I come back to your question. The wording is essential in the regulation. if you are not able to describe precisely the objective you want to reach and the path for each objective, you will have a totally open competition. Flexibility is useful also to be able to take into account what's happening in the real world through a programming period. And we see crisis at any moment, permanent crisis cycle. So yes, we need to be reactive, but we need to be able to describe what we want to achieve. It's not possible to describe everything in MFF. It's regulation. You can have nice wording, but that's why I insist on the idea that in parallel of our discussion about MFF, we should have discussion about action plan. Not anymore strategy, I agree with you, but the limits of strategy. But if I come back with my example, it's not about maritime industries. It's about building again green ferries in Europe. How many, when, where, how, what is the cost? And then we reflect on MFF. We have this concrete objective. Do we have the wording and the credibility about the capacity to mobilize amount of money? And last element, because there is a sector which is really in danger, and it's about environmental policies and to tackle climate change with good tools regarding the specific problems of the oceans. Because I would like everybody to try to check in MFF where is these issues really addressed. I think it's not. So we should have an action plan about contribution of ocean to decarbonization, to climate change, and to production of the oxygen we breathe. And we do not have. And when we recall that 50% of the oxygen we breathe is coming from the ocean, and more than 80% of the capacity to regulate climate is coming from the ocean. MFF, it's in the current one, 3% for ocean. When we talk about 120 billion, we are talking about 6%. But we are not sure that even if we would have 120 billion, we would have 5 or 10 billion to really deal with environmental issue, good environmental status of the ocean. And it is a big issue. It is a concrete example on how an important question can be concretely deleted in the implementation of the MFF because of a high level of competition between objectives and the question, confronted to the question of flexibility.
Thank you. Talking here is a small aside. Talking babies, I think you were an MEP from birth. I think you couldn't have ever been anything else. You're so, no, I mean that. Talking, just picking up the baby theme. I say that as a huge compliment. The baby is mine. It's your baby. Oh, that's a whole, nobody tweet that. No, nobody tweet. Nobody put that online, taken out of context. Okay, do you know, as you were talking there, and again, very clearly the importance of, okay, you say, sure, no strategy, but action plan, you know, being really, really clear, wording, definitions. I scribbled down, with great flexibility comes great responsibility. I was thinking about Spider-Man there, obviously. But, you know, it is very true. The more flexibility, the more you need to shape that flexibility, but not so rigidly that people scoot around it. And it's striking that balance. Last word to you, to the lady in the room on this panel. I just want to go back to these plans, these NRP plans. Important. They carry great weight. So how will the Commission support the Member States so that there is consistency across the plans? And are there particular tools that you're going to use to assess, to monitor? We heard there earlier the importance of monitoring of implementation and results. So just that we have an understanding that Member States have, you know, that guidance over the top.
No, thank you very much. I really enjoyed the discussion. It's a very constructive one. I'm coming from what you, Christophe, said, that 50% of the oxygen that we breathe comes from the ocean, so we need 50% of the Multiannual Financial Framework, for example. No, but putting the joke aside, I also noticed that from the previous slide on, a lot of eyes are on the Commission, and we have a role to play. The first thing is that we need to shape the priorities And there is one article, which is Article 22 in the NRPP regulation, which says that we have to ensure that the majority of the identified challenges and priorities should be tackled in the plan. But these priorities, they come from the European semester. So I have to assure you, and I see my colleagues here, and also our commissioner, we are doing our utmost to put in the European semester the needs for the maritime economy, for the fisheries and coastal communities, for the blue growth, because we have to be proponents in the Commission from the European side, but also from the Parliament and the Council, and you as community at national level, that we ensure this partnership around the priorities setting in the NRPP. Secondly, the Commission will have a role to assess and monitor, and the assessment is very important. I've been working in DG Regio for this assessment. Okay. Believe me, it is a very important role, and you can count on us. The negotiations will not be easy, but we are accustomed to that, and we will hold the flag. And then, after this assessment, and on the basis of this assessment that we will do, the adoption will come of the plans. So there are many checks before a plan will be adopted for implementation, where all these priorities will be embedded and
described. Will you look out for the, it was very clear there, the wording. I think you said it yourself. Put the wording in every funding pillar. That was,
yes, but we have two levels. So the first one is the co-legislative work of shaping the regulation. The second one is when the regulation is adopted, all these checks that will follow the European semester, identifying the needs, everything also starts from the European institutions, and then the assessment of the plans and their adoption. So there are many, many stages in which we have to be truly in partnership with all of you. I just wanted to say something about the rules. I fully agree about the rules, and we have the great chance now, because we will not have many, many, many eligibility rules. We will have one set of rules for the plan, and that's it. And there will be no jungling and juggling around these rules from ERDF or Regional Development Fund, from the Cohesion Fund, from the Social Fund. So it will be one set of rules, much more clarity, much more straightforward pathway for the beneficiaries. So we have the chance. What I would like to end up with, let's embrace the change. The ones that are complaining behind the change initiative, they are not the winners. The winners are the ones that embrace with open-mindedness the change proposed on the table. So let's do it. We are ready to work in partnership with all of you.
Thank you very much. And I would say, listening from the outside, I would say there are two aspects of not embracing. There's one aspect of, as you rightly say, this is different for the EU member states. Let's embrace it. And there are people who don't like change, and they will complain. And then there's kind of the backstopping of concerns, which is not complaints per se, but you are there as the kind of guardians of different sectors and different groups to make sure that within it, they get recognised at the right moment, not diluted, and not come at the last on the list in priority areas. So I think you've articulated all of that very, very well. Because I couldn't get to, but we've covered everything about the funding, let's just leave the last question with the audience, if we may, and then you can see their answers. This isn't a poll, it's a word cloud. So if I can just, before we break for coffee, can I fling a word cloud your way? And let's have a look, because we've just heard about the national and regional partnership plans, I'm asking you, and you online, what should be the funding priorities for member states in their national and regional partnership plans? So let's just take a moment, and I think that will be interesting, and we should keep this so that we see. Food security data and ocean observing and data collection. Good, as in it's come right up, food security, yeah, and yeah. The other baby. How many babies do you have? Good Lord, you have many children. This is a good thing because you have to juggle them all. Ocean protection and restoration, decarbonisation. Lots on the ocean observation. Green energy, decarb. We also had nature restoration here. Systems approach. Small-scale fisheries, you've got that come up more than once. Here we go. Coastal communities. Okay, so I think you see what you see front and centre. If you've got a last sentence, I'm really happy, but it has to be a last sentence. Anything you want to say as a last hurrah sentence goodbye? No? Anybody? On anything they've read? Your last moment before coffee? What would you like them to, take? One sentence.
In one sentence, this is all important for the future of the ocean in the European Union. So thank you again for the contributes for this very important debate.
Thank you.
I will just use the opportunity to say that innovation can be a huge enabler, and we have to try and make the best out of it. Just think about decarbonization. How many technologies are out there? Just look at ocean observing. How many technologies are there for deep in-sea observation? So innovation and new technologies can lift also fisheries to a very modern sector. So we really have to embrace innovation.
And getting the right funding so that nobody drops down 7 valleys of death on the way to market. That's also super important. Yes, last word.
Yes, as everything is important, thanks to Cyprus presidency because they are very dynamic in defending the ocean. And we also have the opportunity to have the Irish presidency and the help from Greece. So it's a European team to achieve all that we have to build all together in this 2026 year.
Absolutely. All good? Thank you so very much. The only thing we didn't cover actually was the role of private investment, but you can all chat about that with these good people over coffee. First of all, can you give a warm applause to these fabulous speakers? Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. And we did have a snapshot there of the MFF. To continue and take part in the conversation, don't go momentarily because I need to do a photo with you. Don't forget, there is a workshop, Ocean Funding under the next MFF, that takes place tomorrow from 11:25 to 12:40. So if you're interested in hearing more, that's where you need to be. I take home the words flexibility, I take home the words action plan, describing, wording, making sure everybody's round the table. But that whole conversation around flexibility and how to make the best use of it was really, really interesting for me. On that note, you may all stand and smile for the camera. Let's do that before you leave. Hold that thought a moment, because we're going to check in with our brilliant graphic recorder in a moment, graphic illustrator. You can give them another round of applause. I think it will help them smile more broadly. Thank you so very much. He's very serious, this gentleman. Are you? Hang on. Are you done? Still smile? One more. He's very demanding, this photographer. Look, you good? All right, you may take your seats. Thank you. You can see Fanny's brilliance. 20 minutes back here for a session on blue industrial leadership. See you then. See you online as well. 20 minutes. Thank you. Kestutis, you're here. Are all your speakers here? Hurrah, that's the most important thing. People will come in. I've been given some, understandably, I've been told to chill. We're in Cyprus, we take longer. So I'm trying to chill, I'm a bit like this. But people are trickling in. So the most important thing is that Kestutis is here and his speakers are here. So very, very warm welcome back. To all of you, very warm welcome back to those of you who are joining us online, and thank you for your patience. We're starting this session a little bit after time. We're going to dive straight into what is the next plenary session ahead of lunch. This one is titled Blue Industrial Leadership, and it puts the spotlight on Europe's leadership in the blue economy and maritime industry and their strategic importance. If there's a jingle, I'll stop talking. One up. I think you heard it, you know it, you heard it in all of the opening speeches. The ocean isn't just a lovely backdrop for Europe, it's an absolutely central stage for the future, influencing energy, trade, food systems, security, climate resilience, the works. And we heard there again from our minister in the beginning, from our deputy minister, it touches all of our lives, even those who do not live in coastal areas or even member states that have a coast. So while Europe does currently hold a strong position globally, this kind of leadership requires deliberate action to sustain. So I'm not going to moderate this session. You have a delightful specialist. He is the Deputy Director General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries. His name is Kestutis Sadauskas, and give him a very warm welcome to the stage, please. Now, you will have more people trickling in. Come join me, because we're going to run a poll together, if it's all right with you. I thought that might be good, just to get people set up, to make sure that we've got all of our speakers online, and then I will give you the floor to headline and shape this excellent conversation. So if you can just make sure that you are on Slido. By the way, who had more than one cookie? Christ, it was so hard for me to step away from a second cookie. I kept milling about just to avoid going like this. And all right, so here's the Slido, and the question I'm asking, Kestutis, is ensuring Europe's leadership in the blue economy and maritime industry demands what? So here you can see the options. The high-tech collaboration. We heard there the last words of Charlina on innovation and all it can achieve in all sorts of different areas, leveraging the potential of ocean observation technologies. We've got a whole session dedicated to that at this event. Investment in innovative solutions such as blue biotechnology. Nobody's voting yet. Does nobody have an opinion, or somehow you can't get on Slido? It's not working? No? Well, what would you say then? I'll give the job to you, and then I'll leave the stage. What would you say?
You know that from Commission's point of view, everything matters, and probably even more. On top of that, something that is not there is something that we've discussed in the last panel, which really ignited the entire debate, which is money.
Money.
But now I think we are getting
now we're there.
The opinions in, yeah.
Okay, let's just see. We let it settle, and then I don't take any more of your time. So.
See, investment. Oh, yeah. It's gone.
No. Okay. All right, we will let it settle. I will leave the stage. I will let you headline this and bring your speakers forward. Thank you. Right. See you later.
Thank you, Katerina. And well, thanks for coming back, indeed, after such an enticing set of cookies, biscuits, and all the sweets that we are being treated so kindly by our host here. This is a very important topic, and it's no accident that we want to address it really head-on in the beginning, even though sometimes reversing the logic of it, because strangely enough, we've discussed the means, which is the funding first, and then we discuss what we want to do it, but there is a link and there is logic into that. Now, that's Europe's industrial leadership. it is quite a complex and very, very fundamental notion because it is about Europe's economic resilience, it's about competitiveness, and it's about Europe's independence. And the good news is that Europe starts from the position of strength. European Union is already a global leader of waterborne transport technology. European companies are pioneering innovation in maritime engines, in electric shipping, in wind-assisted propulsion. Our ports and our maritime industries connect Europe to the world, and they are the beacons of our prosperity. Today, 74% of all Europe's external trade passes through our ports. European ports handle billions of tons of merchandise. They transport hundreds of millions of passengers every year, and they support at least 500,000 jobs, and definitely in the value chain, there is a lot more than that. Europe, and that is a very, very strong asset for us, owns a major share of the world shipping fleet and remains global leader in specialized shipbuilding. These are just economic, not just economic assets, they are strategic assets. And in challenging and changing geopolitical environment, maritime infrastructure, shipbuilding capacity, shipping services, energy corridors, undersea connectivity, maritime security, they are all central to Europe's sovereignty, security, and independence. And at the same time, these challenges before us are quite significant because the world doesn't stand still. Ports are transforming into multifunctional industrial and energy hubs. They must expand their capacity, accelerate, decarbonize, digitalize, strengthen cybersecurity and physical security all at once at an unprecedented scale and at unprecedented speed. Global competition is intensifying. Dependencies on third country ship construction and critical technologies are increasing, and the race towards clean maritime technologies is also accelerating all across the world. But blue industrial leadership is also about the next generation of sustainable ocean industries. Europe has a major opportunity to lead in blue economy. From algae-based solutions to sustainable biomaterials and biotechnology, new marine value chains, ocean energy, just about anything, all that contribute to food security, to climate objectives, and industrial innovation. This is an area where Europe's research excellence and entrepreneurial ecosystem can create entirely new markets and high-quality jobs, and at the same time ensure that ocean resources are used sustainably. The objective is not only to respond to today's pressures, but to shape the maritime economy of tomorrow. And importantly, Europe does not need to start from zero. Here, as we see, we already have the expertise in industrial capacity, in research, in entrepreneurship. What we need now is a scale, investment, coordinated actions, and probably quite a few other things that we have just seen on the slide. So I really look forward to engaging with you on these ideas, on practical perspectives on how Europe can continue to lead globally in blue industrial leadership. And we have a fantastic panel here lined up for you. But before we do that, I would like to ask my colleague, Fotinia Ioannidou, to do also a bit more elaborate scene setting before we go into the panel discussion. Fotinia.
Thank you very much, Kestutis. Distinguished guests, dear colleagues. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words about the future of ports and of maritime industries, and this on the occasion of the adoption by the Commission on the 4th of March of two strategies, the Industrial Maritime Strategy and the Port Strategy, which for the first time ever are taking an integrated approach across the whole ecosystem, ports, shipping, shipbuilding. When we speak about ports and maritime industries, we are speaking of much more than trade or transport. We are speaking of Europe's competitiveness, we are speaking of Europe's resilience, we are speaking of Europe's security, and also for our ability to lead the energy transition. And as we all know, Europe is a maritime continent. Our ports connect our regions, our societies, citizens. They connect our industries. They connect our energy systems. And when we look at the maritime industries, of course, beyond ensuring the prosperity of Europe and security of supply, they play a very important role for the broader blue economy ecosystem. Speaking of offshore renewable energy or advanced marine equipment manufacturing, and also defense readiness. And as Kestutis said, Europe is starting from a strong position. You have given all the numbers. I'm going just to say two things. When it comes to shipping, European shipping is controlling 1/3 of world's fleet. And when it comes to shipyards or marine equipment manufacturers, we have some of the most high-value shipyards in Europe. Cruise is one of the most complex things to build, and we are leaders in marine equipment manufacturing, and we are also leaders, and proud of it, in Europe, of sustaining the highest environmental and safety standards. But of course, as you also said, this leadership must not be taken for granted. We have competition at international level that is very much intensifying. We have investment challenges in Europe, and we have seen how geopolitics can reshape trade routes and supply chains, and of course, then industrial priorities. So we are starting from a strong position, but the question is, how do we act together in order to remain strong and lead for the decades to come as a maritime continent? And that's where the future of ports and maritime industries matters so deeply for Europe's economy. When we are speaking of ports, they are not anymore simple transit points. They are becoming indeed strategic energy hubs and industrial hubs. Tomorrow, and already to some extent today, they will transit clean fuels, they will ensure the security of supply for what Europe needs to lead in the future decarbonized economy. They will digitalize, they will become smarter, and of course, with the new imperative that they must be ready to support military mobility needs. So, ports sit at the intersection of competitiveness, of sustainability, of innovation and security. And Kestutis said all these dimensions are equally important, and they need to move at the same time. The same goes for the maritime industries. What does it mean moving at the same time? For example, it means that competitiveness and decarbonization must be dealt together. Technology is already there or is being developed. And of course, if we don't do it in Europe, it will happen elsewhere. And this is something that we want to avoid. That is why also it's very important that Europe is leading in terms of decarbonization. We must not lower the ambition levels. It is already happening. If you look at the order book worldwide, 44% of the order book worldwide for alternative fueled vessels is ordered by European shipowners. But of course, we know very well that shipping is a global industry, and we cannot lose this dimension. And it's super important that regulation does not create excessive costs or uncertainty only here in Europe, because the risks that investments are shifting are in fact very important. That is why it is super important, and we are acting as EU Commission together with the member states to have a leading role at the international stage. So, and we must continue and intensify this effort. We must lead international standards and regulations, because this is also a way to preserve our competitive edge in shipping. We know the other element is the investment, and it is super important that we create the right investment conditions. Investment needs are huge for this transition. And of course, public funding will do its part, but public funding will never be enough. So what is important is that we create the right investment conditions here in Europe, which means to unlock private investment, which means simpler rules, which means creating a stable long-term environment so that we can unlock private financing here in Europe. And this is particularly important for the small and medium-sized enterprises. We should not forget that this maritime ecosystem is consisting mainly by SMEs. 90% of European shipping is represented by companies that have less than 10 vessels. And we have thousands of shipyards and maritime service providers, manufacturers that are also SMEs. And for those SMEs, it is crucially important that we simplify our rules, because, I mean, it's important for the large corporations we have, of course, but for them it is even more important. And it is also important that we create the conditions to unlock the private financing. So simplification is a crucial issue that is part of our strategy, and is clear there that we are taking commitments to review whatever is a necessary reporting requirements, to streamline procedures, and of course, to facilitate access to finance. And innovation has been referred by you, but also in the previous panel, it's crucially important for Europe's maritime future. We have strong assets here in Europe. In terms of green and digital technologies, we have ports that are front runners when it comes to digitalization, but we are facing an increasingly intensified competition. We have regions in the world that are investing heavily in order to catch up this high value-added segment. So we should not be complacent and stay on our achievements. And what we need to do is really to work together at every level, from European to national level, with industry, with the ports, with the research institutions, so as to make sure that we deploy at scale and make sure that we keep the leadership in this transition. And the last dimension I wanted to reflect on is the security dimension. We all know that this is an increasing concern in the increasingly uncertain world we are living in. And sea is our first line of defense somehow. And we have seen in the recent years how sensitive are our sea assets, but not only, also our infrastructure when it comes to geopolitical threats. So we need to consider and remember that ports, our undersea cables, offshore energy, they are all, and also our shipping assets, they are all part of Europe's critical infrastructure. And so we are asking to this sector to reflect also how it can support Europe's resilience by ensuring that supply chains are staying resilient, whatever the geopolitical situation is, that the critical infrastructure of Europe remains protected, and at the end, that there is continuity of supply in case of crisis. This is not a small ask. So, from our point of view, the vision for the future of ports and maritime industries is clear. Ports need to become cleaner, they need to become smarter, they need to be well connected, and they need to be secure. And the maritime industries need to continue to lead globally while at the same time leading on the green transition. And innovation needs to stay here in Europe. And if there is one message that both our strategies have passed and is clear and loud across the whole Commission, is that Europe cannot be sovereign. It cannot be competitive, it cannot be resilient without a strong maritime sector. And, of course, the good news is that we have a lot of strengths here in Europe. We have the industrial base, we have the expertise, we have the talent we need to succeed. So, our strategies are a call to act together at all levels in order to make sure that Europe remains in the lead as a maritime continent. But as ex-Vice President of Commission Margaritis Schinas said in the first panel, a strategy is as good as its implementation. So and we do have an action plan annexed to the strategy, by the way, when it comes to our strategies. But what matters most is the implementation. That is clear. And again, this is something that we need to address all together. So this journey is a collective journey for European actors, for member states, for the industries, and it is highly important for Europe's economy. We need to make sure that maritime is not only part of Europe's proud transition, but it will be also at the center of future development for Europe. So that is what I wanted to say as a matter of introduction, and I'm happy to join you in the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Virginia. We'll need you on stage, and in the meantime, I'd like to call in our panelists, starting with Adrian Van Sam, who is the founder of Albatross Advisory, helping institutions, investors, and startups accelerate development of sustainable ocean economy. He's also an advisor to European Commission on EU for Algae, a platform, and the European Investment Bank on the blue bioeconomy. Next is Angelos Tsereklas. Please join us, who is the managing director of Soteria Technology, a Greek-based deep tech company developing underwater intelligence systems and more. Next is Themis Papadopoulos. Please join us here. He is Chief Executive Officer of Inter-Orient Navigation. He has served Vice Chairman of the International Chamber of Shipping, has also been long-serving past President of Cyprus Shipping Chamber. He knows all about shipping. Also, Manuela Scarsi. Please join us, Manuela, here as well. She's the project manager at the Port System Authority in the Northern Tyrrhenian Sea, and more specifically of the port of Livorno. And last but not least is Polis Hajioannou, who is the founding member and the president of the Cyprus Union of Shipowners. So we have a fantastic panel. I'm just checking if, now it works here. We'll have a round of questions, maybe two, depending on time and how we manage it. But let me start in order that I've called in the audience, and starting with Vincent. Vincent, you are right in the middle of the policy, investment, innovation for Europe's blue bioeconomy. What does industrial leadership, blue industrial leadership, look like in your area today and tomorrow?
Thank you, Kestutis, and thank you for putting the spotlight on the blue bioeconomy in this shipping country. And I was glad to see that blue bioeconomy ranked first in the survey in the opening of the session. So I'd like to talk about two parts of the blue bioeconomy to respond to your questions, bivalves and seaweed, because those two sectors tell a very different story of European leadership. So if I start with bivalves, here the leadership is already there. In Europe, we produce 500,000 tons of oysters, mussels, clams every year, which represents nearly half of all the EU aquaculture volumes, and it's a market that is worth 1.3 billion, roughly. So here leadership is there, and this is what we can call regenerative food production at industrial scale. And indeed, the quality of European bivalves is recognized internationally. Everybody knows about French oysters, Galician mussels, about Italian clams. So the leadership is real and established. But now the question is, for bivalves, how do we maintain that leadership in the coming decades? Because indeed, the challenge for bivalves is really about adaptation. Our ocean is warming, it's getting more acidic. We see more and more viral outbreaks that are affecting our yields. So the question is how we turn this sector into something much more resilient. It's about adapting how we farm. It's about restoring natural beds to preserve genetic diversity. And it's about also protecting the native strains that we use then for the commercial production. And so if we do not engage in all those solutions, we have leadership at risk. Now, second sector, seaweed, it's a completely different story. In Europe, we are just at the start of the journey. We have counted around 75 seaweed farms in Europe, but altogether they produce around 2,000 tons, so that's not a lot. But the good news is that the pipeline of innovation is clearly mushrooming. So we have more than 200 seaweed startups in Europe, and the number has tripled over the past decade. And on top of the entrepreneurship, from a scientific perspective, so don't quote me on this number because I've heard it on a conference, but I have not sourced it yet. But I heard that Europe publishes 70% of all the algae-related papers in the world. So the scientific and entrepreneurship leadership is there in Europe. Now the question is different to the bivalves one, is how do we turn this academic or entrepreneurial leadership into industry, into an industrial leadership? And just to close on your question, I just come back from a learning trip to Korea last week, and here I saw really leadership at scale, and meaning that the government is really supporting the industry. They are producing 2 million tons of seaweed every year, and the government is supporting from selective breeding to subsidizing the insurance policies of the farmers. They are co-investing in cooperative, they are co-investing in CapEx, they are helping with certification, they are helping with export. So this is the kind of leadership that the government has put in place to turn this into an industrial leadership.
Thank you, Andrea. And indeed, as you say, there is a lot of potential here, and I'm not going to quote you precisely on a very interesting number that you've given, but indeed, it's probably not surprising that we produce a lot of research on paper in various studies and even in patents. The question is how we can anticipate the reality, and that's why my question to Angelos is indeed, how can we anticipate what's next in maritime innovation? I mean, when looking back at the history, we've been taken aback without anticipation of blockchain revolution, then now generative AI. What's next around the corner, especially for the maritime industries? You are right in the intersection of that. Do you have any crystal ball, any foresight in that?
No crystal ball, sorry for this. First of all, I want to thank you for the invitation. It's amazing to see more than 3,000 kilometers from Brussels, such a high-level discussions being happening here. And it's talking as a citizen, it's also very helpful understanding what's the debate, participating in the debate, and here now contributing to the debate. Now, going to your question, First of all, who we are very shortly. We are a startup in Greece developing underwater intelligent hardware and software, mainly for monitoring of critical infrastructure. Now, linked to the crystal ball question, I would agree with some statements of the previous panel in regards to the strategy and implementation. I think the important is to hear what is the need, what is our need, what is our collective need, but also our customers' need here in Europe and abroad in terms of exporting products, and replying to this need rather than crystal balling, creating a strategy that we think it's what needs to be done. So in this sense, we know, we are all, like taking the long-term strategies of Europe, US, China, we know that quantum will be there. We know that, of course, AI will be there. We know that many, let's say, technologies will be there, but the important thing is to translate it into products and make these products useful and, first of all, sellable within our community and also exportable. So apologies, I mentioned some of the areas I think would be important, but implementation and product is key here.
Yeah, thank you indeed. It's more common sense and doing it by doing it in reality. That's how you achieve that. And at the same time, the question here is how we can reassert some of that leadership in the technology, even though we are always in the value chain here. But in technology, that's really the paramount question for Europe. But where we do have leadership, and Fortine has already asserted that, is indeed in the shipping. And that's why my next question is to Themis, to tell us about how Cyprus has built such a successful significant shipping cluster. What's the lesson here for the entire Europe, and how do we make sure that we retain that leadership while at the same time looking at all the other challenges beyond even decarbonization? I'm just thinking about, for instance, the reputation, the transparency. How do we make sure that Europe flag is not a flag of convenience, but flag of trust, flag of quality, flag of confidence? Yeah?
Thank you. First of all, very warm welcome to everybody to our beautiful city of Limassol, the maritime center of Cyprus, and one of the shipping centers not only of Europe but globally. Yes, small country, but as you say, we've managed to create a thriving shipping cluster here, one that is, I think, the envy of many, and one that has so much more potential of where we can go. I think the biggest element to this success is to have a very close collaboration between the government and the private sector and the industry bodies that together, I would say, have charted the course of how Cyprus wanted to attract and develop this shipping industry. The lesson, if I may, and without wanting to offend anybody, is quite clear, and that is that decision makers and industry need to work hand in hand, particularly in shipping. Mrs. Hajioannou very clearly explained how shipping is an international business. Our competition is not intra-Europe, it's with other parts of the world primarily. Unfortunately, for too long, it was difficult to get anyone's attention in Brussels to discuss shipping. Shipping in Brussels for too long meant the container lines, and with all due respect to our friends at Maersk and MSC and CMA, wonderful companies, they do a great job, but that's 20% only of the global fleet. So the other 80% was having a lot of difficulty getting anybody to listen in Brussels. This has changed, or this has started to change, unfortunately due to the geopolitical events of the last few years. But whatever the reason, it's a welcome development, and I think we have a much better, let's say, dialogue now with the decision makers. The other thing I think that is very obvious is that we need to face reality as it is. Earlier you had a very interesting poll with a few choices of what people thought was important going forward. Well, I would say that the one thing missing from that list is the most important, and that's to maintain the very strategic and valuable ship-owning sector that we have in Europe. 34% we saw on the earlier slide. That's great, but that's down from over 40. 97% expertise in cruise ship building. That's amazing, but we've lost almost 100% of our capability to build conventional ships, tankers, bulkers, container ships. We used to have some 70% of the finance available for shipping, so whether from banks or other financial institutions. Here in Europe, prior to 2008, we were, I think, in excess of 70%. Today, that figure is half, and the gap is being filled by primarily Asian economies. So, in a nutshell, we need very close cooperation. We need to put ship owning at the heart of that, because all the other value-added services and the technologies that are coming out of Europe and the expertise that we provide is built on the back of that. So that is the one thing we have to protect through predictability, long-term taxation schemes, long-term regulations, to give the certainty and the security that ship owners need to make these very expensive investments.
Thank you, Temis, and that fully corroborates what also we have been saying indeed here, and Fortina has also underlined, is avoid the complacency, because that's exactly where we end up, even if we are starting from the point of strength. At the same time, we need to probably reassert ourselves and be rather confident we can really do that. So that is about shipping, but of course, then the other part of the ecosystem is ports, and that's why I want to ask Manuela about the transition of the ports from the classical logistics hubs into a complex industrial ecosystems. How do you see it happen? Does the port strategy shed the light on how you see it happening in the future, and what's your vision of a perfect future-proof port of 21st century?
Yeah, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here, so thanks to the organizer for the invitation. We are not just the Port of Livorno, I should say. We are a multi-port system innovation ecosystem in the North Tyrrhenian Sea in Italy, and our network port authority includes Livorno, Piombino, and the ports of the Tuscan archipelago. So these ports have complementary roles. Livorno is a logistics and TEN-T gateway, and Piombino with a stronger industrial and energy transition function, and island ports supporting territorial continuity, tourism, resilience. And we are also happy to be here with our projects and initiatives. We will be pleased to welcome to our desk and continue the discussion later. Yes, ports are evolving from being main logistics nodes, focused on cargo flows, to more integrated systems combining transport, energy, industry, digitalization, and resilience too. And we can say that the bottlenecks are often outside the quay. Today, competitiveness depends not only on terminals, but also on rail connections, energy infrastructure, interoperability, digital systems, and hinterland integration. So European ports are not only adapting to industrial transitions, they are increasingly becoming platform, enabling new maritime, industrial, and energy value chains. And well, exactly for the first time, Europe is now looking at ports not only as a transport infrastructure, but part of a broader maritime, industrial, and resilience ecosystem. And the recent European Port Strategy, the Industrial Maritime Strategy, and also the European Maritime Space, the horizontal priority of the TEN-T, are moving in the right direction from our point of view. And because they already recognize ports as logistic nodes, energy hubs, industrial ecosystems, digital and resilience infrastructure. And they address cybersecurity, clean fuels, interoperability, industrial transition. The challenge now is operational alignment. So the next step and the real challenge from our point of view is now turning this vision into integrated implementation measures on the ground and operational deployment that avoids fragmentation. And where if we can say that the first further step is needed, we could say scaling up innovation. Europe is very strong in pilot projects, experimentation, and the challenge is scaling up solutions, accelerating operational deployment. Second, stronger synergies between EU funds when we talk about investments. Port transformation today requires combined investment in infrastructure, energy, digitalization, cybersecurity, resilience, and skills. And these dimensions are often financed separately through different programs. But stronger synergies between European funding instruments could help ports implement more integrated projects. And finally, also developing a new key performance indicator for ports, because traditional KPIs such as throughput and traffic volumes remain important, but they are no longer sufficient on their own. Future KPIs could increasingly include the resilience, energy readiness, rail integration, digital maturity, environmental performance, and innovation capacity.
Right, thank you. So what you describe is probably a common sense strategy that applies not only to the ports but to all the other sectors, because whether it's a scaling up or right type of management or right type of division, I think that applies to all the sectors, and the ports aren't an exception, even though there is a lot of interesting developments that are happening. Let's then move to Polis, and I want to also resonate back to what Temis said, because you are from the ship owners also perspective. Polis said that ship ownership is really, or let's say ownership overall, is really one of the assets that we need to foster here, but certainly there is a lot more than that. How do you see Europe's leadership in the entire blue industrial area? Where do we do well, and where are the gaps that we need to really watch out for?
Thank you very much. From my side, welcome to everyone, to Cyprus, to Limassol, to this beautiful place. And I'm proud that Cyprus and Deputy Ministry, the municipality of Limassol, organizing this beautiful event. Now, we are proud as Europeans that Europe is leading the way on decarbonization, that is ahead of the game, and that's how it should be. And Greek and Cypriot ship owners, because we are part of Greek ship owning system here, and actually myself, I have offices in both countries, are fully supportive to the decarbonization of our industry, provided this stays within context and a reasonable cost. Europe has to think of its shipping and its ship owners as a pillar of the economy, of the European economy, and as a pillar to keep Europe autonomous and keep Europe independent. Imagine if when we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, if there was no European shipping, the Americans, they have no shipping, they have no ships, and imagine if all the ships belong in Asians or Chinese, and we rely on them to carry the LNG from the States to Europe at a time when Europe was not importing LNG from Russia. So these things we need to support. Like ship owners, we are there to support decarbonization. We have to do it in a pragmatic way without making our own shipping uncompetitive. There's no ship owner, from at least those I know, that they will not support it and they will not make the investments. Myself, my company, Safe Bulkers, we own around 55 ocean-going bulk carriers for more than 80,000 tons each. They all fly Cyprus flag. We have very good support from the government on whatever is required to trade worldwide. And we're proud that we trade on a European sovereign state flag, and we want to keep like that for the rest of our history. On the other hand, we moved ahead in 2023 with ordering dual-fuel ships. Of course, I ordered only 2 because there was not clear visibility what type of dual-fuel ship we should order. We paid a premium of $15 million for these 2 ships, which we happily invested, only to find out now that it's 2 months away from the delivery of the first vessel, 3 months away. On the rounds, on the checks I do with all major charterers, especially last week I was in Geneva, they have no interest to fix the ships simply because the fuel cost is so expensive, the dual fuel cost is so expensive, and it's 4 times more than the cost of conventional fuel, that nobody will support it. The benefit they will get from fixing this ship and paying the premium of burning green methanol is 4 times more. Green methanol costing $1,200 a ton. You need double the quantity due to its calorific value, so nobody will support it. So we have to think that if we want decarbonization, the solutions, the technical solutions are there. We have them. We already ordered the ships. Some of us in a smaller scale, some other big companies in a bigger scale. But it looks like now I have to support a more expensive ship, a ship that I have to run with higher operating expenses because the crew I will put on board, it will be a tanker experienced crew that they will be able to handle the methanol on board the ship. And the cost of this fuel is so expensive that no charter in the world wants to fix the ship with green methanol. They want to fix it as a conventional type of vessel. And let's say we are a bit lucky that the net zero framework of the IMO was delayed. And we were critical of it last October, especially after Maritime Cyprus conference when we had more than 50 Greek ship owners, major Greek ship owners in Limassol. My personal interest was to vote for the green zero network, the net zero framework. But I see the vast majority of the ship owners, they say, we cannot do the investment because we don't see that it's viable. We don't have the fuel and the cost element there. So what the ship owners were expecting is that all this revenue that would be generated from the ETS, from the Fuel EU, and from the IMO charges, no one has clear visibility if any part of it is going into the subsidizing of these expensive fuels to make them more affordable so people can turn their action and ordering immediately the dual fuel ships. And the ship owners who have demonstrated back in 2020 when we had the VLSFO commencement from the 1st January of 2020, that we adapted immediately because the cost was reasonable. You know, you could buy initially at $200 premium the VLSFO over the HFO, later on and now at $70, $60, $70, $80. So this is viable. And immediately all the industry changed into VLSFO and the bunker was readily available, the fuel was readily available. Now the methanols and the bunkering stations and all these things are not available. So Europe is running faster. This is good because we move other people in that direction. But we have to show some pragmatic solution for ship owners to follow. We are not the negative people of the equation, we are the positive. And we want to see Europe keeping its shipping because for me it's the safety of our union. It's the safety of the pillar of our union. Cruise shipbuilding, as you say, is very important for certain countries in Europe, and is a very niche market. Of course, you rely, this applies for the benefit of 1% of the population for their leisure, holidays, and things like that. It's important as an industry, yes. Imagine how much more important is the commercial shipping, which on it depends the safety of the whole union.
Yep, thank you, Paulisin. What you're saying is, first the mathematics and the calculus need to add up. The second is that we need to act globally, and indeed the IMO deal that faltered last year, and that's Fortini's headache also partly, but that's probably one of our KPIs in the job to get the deal home finally. Yeah, probably one of the easiest ones so far. Hopefully it will happen, but indeed what you're saying is, while we're talking about the leadership, we need to make sure that we don't lead so far and so fast that, you know, when we look behind, nobody's following. So indeed, that's, I think, a bit of a... But I'll come back to this, Polis, if I may. I'd like to make another short round of 2 minutes with each of you, with more concrete things, and then I'll ask Fortini to comment on this. Adrian, if there is one concrete example of the leadership that could be scaled up across Europe, what would it be in your recipe?
Thank you, Kestutis, and I hope it's okay. I would like to talk about finance, and I would like to talk about the financial innovation leadership that Europe could scale up. So coming back to my blue bioeconomy sector, I think you heard me that I believe that we have one of the most innovative blue bioeconomy sector in the world. We have the science, we have the startups, we even have the political backing, and thanks again for the DG MARE for championing this agenda. But the reality is that most of the most promising projects, they just struggle to access capital. And this is where I believe that Europe could really demonstrate its leadership in terms of innovative financing. So let me explain. Currently, in the blue economy, we have seen a surge of blue impact VC funds. I think there were like 3 or 4, 5 years ago. Now we have 40 of them. But the reality is that those venture capital funds, many of them are really good, but what they are looking for is capex light, fast-growing, exit in 5-7 years. And so this is the kind of startup DNA that they want to invest into. But most of our blue bioeconomy projects, they don't really fit into that mold. Like we are talking about seaweed farms, oyster producers, small biorefineries. And so those guys, they can become very strong and resilient SMEs, but not unicorn startups, for sure. And so these are the kind of businesses that Europe wants. We want real impact, real assets, real activity on the ground. But today, we have this financing gap. Because those companies, they are too capex intensive for those venture capitalist investors, and they are still a bit too risky or too young for the conventional investors and banks. And so this is where I believe that innovative financing could really make a difference. And Fortini, you mentioned that public money is not enough. So it's a scarce thing that we should cherish, but we should also try to leverage it much more to de-risk and attract private capital. And so just to close, let me share with you one real-life example that is keeping me busy those days. So a year ago, the European Investment Bank commissioned a report, and I had the privilege to work on it, to map the kind of debt instruments that could benefit the bivalve and seaweed sector in Europe. And so we identified a lot of financing opportunities in terms of revolving loans, in terms of M&A to help consolidate the sector, in terms of capex financing for infrastructure. And this report has now led to the creation of a dedicated 100 million private debt blended fund for European seaweed and bivalve. So the name is very straightforward. It's the Seaweed and Bivalve Debt Fund. And this is something that we are currently building with a private asset manager called Planet Ocean Capital. And we really hope that with such new types of vehicles that can absorb a bit more risk by better leveraging the public money, this is the way we can attract more private capital into the space.
Thank you, Adrian, and hopefully some of the workshops will be able to address some of these questions without necessarily giving the full answer to that, but at least some kind of a progress. Angelos, I'd like to also ask a very similar question as I asked to Adrian. If there is one specific practice or an idea or project from your company that is a success to you and could be scaled up at the European level, what would it be?
Yes, thank you for the question, Kestutis. I think one of the reasons that I'm here and I was invited is because it's becoming more and more obvious and part of the European Commission and the European Union Institute papers that there is a lack, there is a gap in the critical infrastructure protection, including ports, including seabed cables, including interconnectors, including very critical infrastructure of our European Union. And our company focuses on this, coming, of course, from the national security point of view, but offering also such solutions. And we are surprised by interactions in the latest, I would say, 6 months to 12 months of how big this gap is. We are talking about medium or even large ports or infrastructure like data centers that have completely a lack of awareness of what is happening under the water. And many of those are exposed in locations that geopolitically is not okay to be at this stage. So we are trying to, how to say, to educate. Also, it cannot be just a sale, because the level is not yet there. It's not yet there that, okay, I need this, who in the market has it, let's buy. It needs some engagement, understanding what is the gap, what can be done as a first stage, a second stage, and a scaling to main infrastructure areas in Europe.
Thanks a lot. Absolutely right. We don't see fully what happens under the surface, and that's exactly where we need to go into. Themis, I'm trying to now follow a bit what Polis said. How do you stay competitive in this world of an accelerating competition without getting into the race to the bottom in the blue industry and in shipping in particular?
Yeah, I think, I don't want to repeat things that have been said, but Minister Schinas made an excellent comment about our enthusiasm to regulate in Europe. We have this burning desire to regulate everything, and that's great. It's a noble ambition, but too often, especially in our industry, in shipping, we see that our attempts to lead by example just in the end leave us behind, because the rest of the world takes advantage where we're trying to over-regulate. So a perfect example is the decarbonization story, where Europe is leading, both by having introduced a regional, essentially carbon tax, but it's the emissions trading scheme that shipping is being included in, and at the same time is the leading voice at the IMO for a global regulation. Mrs. Hajioannou very, very clearly spelled out that shipping is a global business. We need global regulation, not regional. It's a dystopian nightmare to imagine a scenario where every region in the world is imposing their own version of an ETS. And yet we're in the schizophrenic situation that the EU is unable to confirm that once a global IMO system is in place, the EU one will be withdrawn. At the same time, we have a complete lack of addressing the fuel availability, the fuels of tomorrow, the clean fuels in Europe. We're basically looking at other regions and other areas hoping that they're going to come up with some supply. We're doing nothing about it as Europe. And it's becoming increasingly inevitable to reach the conclusion that actually this is, the inclusion of shipping is not really aimed at decarbonizing the industry, and it's just another tax that's going to be there forever. Because on the one hand, we say we have ambition, we want to do these things, but then the things we're doing on the ground are almost contradictory. So to still remain competitive is we have to keep very focused that this is a global industry. We're not competing within Europe against ourselves. We're competing with Chinese, with US, with all over the world competitors. And in many occasions, I'm afraid to say, they have a much simpler way of dealing with things than we do in Europe, where we can overcomplicate our lives at times. So let's keep our eye on the target, and let's keep it simple, and let's always bear in mind that this is a global business and one that we need to remain competitive in.
Thanks a lot, Themis. We are nearly at the end of it, and I still want 3 interventions. Very quickly, Manuela, the social angle to the ports. If you can do it in 1 or 2 minutes. How do we get the young people, and especially women, into the blue industry, blue leadership, economy, ports, etc.?
First, I would like to say that we obviously share the feeling that level playing field under the regulatory point of view is crucial also for us, for keeping competitiveness, especially on the carbonization issues. We work, for instance, on supporting the implementation of emission control areas in the maritime basins, and also from that point of view, it is clear that it is needed this homogeneity at the global level. And also, I would like to add a few words before replying to your last question about the energy transition, because I think it's a very important issue we are discussing today. Really, we believe that this creates the opportunity to modernize and recover the industrial role of ports. And in our port system, for instance, we are working a lot on hydrogen-related perspectives along the maritime coast, and the possible future import and distribution functions, and the cooperation linked to hydrogen valleys as well, hoping that this will help strengthen the importance, the leading role of Europe in maritime industry. This is one important effort. When it comes to social impact, we have to say that competitiveness is also competitiveness from the social point of view, and we try to integrate this approach in our operational strategies. We acquired a certification on gender equality. This is, let's say, the first experience at national level as a port authority. And we're trying to integrate in our strategic documents this approach, because we are aware that competitiveness also need to focus on this aspect. And this can help the younger, the new generations to be inspired and to develop sustainable solutions for our maritime industry.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And Benoît and Polis, in 1 minute, last thought from you. I know that you wanted to react already, then that's the chance for you to conclude your thought. Yeah.
Yes, one minute is enough. I would say that Europe needs to have clear language to say we support the net zero framework, but we want 30% or 40% of the money to go back, not to ship owners to buy the ships and to do their investments, to the fuel availability, to support and reduce the gap of the fuel availability. Because what we are seeing now, we are seeing since October, all ship owners stopped ordering dual fuel ships because America stepped in. Of course, the Americans, they knew that the oil price would go to 120 because they knew the war was coming. And they stopped it and they say, what decarbonization? During the decarbonization, you must do when the fuel is affordable. So we must be realistic in Europe. Another point I would say, since we are in Cyprus and Limassol, a couple of years ago, I had one ship over 20 years old. I wanted to scrap the ship. An obvious choice was to scrap. I had to scrap on a green recycling yard. Obvious choice was Turkey. Turkey across the Aegean, and with the scrap yards funded with European money. Myself, with the European flagship of Cyprus, I couldn't go to Turkey to scrap my vessel because they have some other political ideas that Cyprus is not a flag state. So Europe must stand solely, show solidarity, and stay strong behind its principles. Clear language, this is what is missing, and the ship owners will follow. They will do their part. They started doing it, and now they stopped.
Thanks, Polis, for that clear message and invitation to stand strong. Fotinia, you've scribbled quite a lot of ideas. Would you like to share your comments?
Yeah,
What have you heard?
I've scribbled a lot of ideas, but I see the time is not enough. Starting from the first point about how well maritime industries are doing in exploiting the new technologies, artificial intelligence, etc. What we are observing is that the different industries in the ecosystem, they do their best. We have companies that are really trying to use and benefit from the artificial intelligence possibilities. Certainly, we believe that there is space to improve. And when it comes to new technologies, we have also huge industrial opportunities. When we are speaking about higher levels of automation, we are strong in terms of shipbuilding, of the intelligence that is there, and we need really, to continue to lead at international level that we are doing, but also to have a proper framework in Europe to develop this. But one thing that we should not lose is that all these developments are also coming with risks. And when we are looking at the question, on the port side, we have software developed outside Europe, and I'm not only speaking of Chinese, and we have data that are stored outside. So we need also to think in terms of digital sovereignty, and this is something, is one of the actions we have announced in the strategy that we would like to build together with ports, of course, and all stakeholders. Maintain leadership of shipping in Europe, that's the objective of our strategies, of course, and I think we broadly agree on what we need to do in terms of, in order to achieve it. It's long-term stability of regulation, simplification, facilitate investment, and being very active and pushy at international level. And the international level is crucially important when it comes to greenhouse gas. I'm not sure I would agree with what Themis said, that we are shooting ourselves on the foot with our regional legislation. There is another part of the story that we can tell, that is that because we have our Fit for 55 legislation, we were able to push IMO. Of course, we need to be pragmatic, but we need to remain ambitious because as Europe, we see what is happening. I mean, now with the crisis in the Strait, what is the impact? I mean, the Commission, as part of the analysis it has done, in terms, there are short-term measures, but what clearly shows this crisis is that we really need to become independent. And as we are not a fossil fuel continent, it's clear as well that we need to push towards greening in general. But of course, I fully agree with you that we have huge challenges. And the question of availability and price of fuel is a crucial one. Also, the complexity of the choice. There is no one-size-fits-all in terms of fuels. It is clear that as Commission, we would like really to work more actively in terms of assuring the availability, but also lowering the price of those clean fuels. And we have an action plan, and we are calling, and yesterday we were again discussing with member states how we can put in place mechanisms we have announced already last year. One of them is called double-sided auction, in order to, let's say, make sure that ports have the certainty they need about the long-term demand, and that the other side, ship owners, can have fuels, clean fuels that are available at reasonable prices. And indeed, as you said, the discussion at IMO when it comes to greenhouse gas is the big challenge for the year. It is really something we need to push absolutely. We need global standards, that's clear. And it's only partly true, Themis, that we didn't say anything of what we are going to do once we have the international standards, because in our strategies we announce something that says that once we have the global standards, we will make sure we will revise our legislation to avoid double payment. That is as much as we can go, not knowing what the global standard is. But yes, and one thing I'd like to say, and also publicize another event that we have later, is that when we are speaking about deployment of fuels, it's hugely important that we work together across the whole ecosystem. We are discussing now in a science event this afternoon the question of green shipping corridors and hubs inside Europe. And this is something that we are trying to push in order to create the certainty we need. Okay, of course, shipping is international, but we are starting this discussion in the context of the European maritime space to make sure that we start developing the first nodes to have these green shipping corridors inside Europe before extending outside. And for the ports, I'd like to say that our strategy, because no port is the same, is a toolbox. Is a toolbox, and you rightly said, for the first time, we are tackling all the different policy imperatives that a port needs to address. I fully agree with your analysis that we really need to scale up. We need also to make better synergies between the different funding instruments. And yes, I mean, I could continue forever, but yeah, I stop here.
Thank you. So could I, and I have to say that indeed between the ambition and the pragmatism, that I was probably too ambitious in expecting to cover all the aspects here, but I think we need to leave here half hungry from this discussion, because it's only the beginning, or let's say it's just a continuation of the things that we have heard here. But the discussion is very rich and super useful. And of course, you could also see the difference of what it means to have a mature moderation versus Catherine's professional moderation here. So I'm very happy to hand over back to her, but not before I hear your applause to a perfect panel. And not before we take a family photo.
Do not knock yourself. Can I just say, I had 4 speakers in more time. You had 6, plus an intro, plus an intro. He's done a splendid job, and so have you, because I just want to say again, these fabulous people come here with all of their brilliance, their expertise, their experience, and you get to spill but a fraction of it. So thank you for being so patient with that. Can you please give a warm round of applause to everybody? Well, just for me, because I am a scribbler, look at that, I'm a horrendous scribbler as well, I do want to just nail the skills. I heard about the skills and skills for women. It's not just getting the skills, it's making the sector attractive to make sure the skills are there. I really I picked up, we know about the financing. It's not just, is it enough, it's, is it the right kind of patient financing? You talked very, very specifically there that isn't necessarily going to get an immediate return on investment. So financing, I really heard. I loved your comment, clear language, but that is reflective of clear values. I thought that was a really, really lovely comment that you made there. New jobs for new markets, and I just think ports are rock stars. Truly, I do. I'm a bit of a port nerd. I've done Hamburg, I've done Rotterdam, I've done a few. So, yeah. I mean, there's a lot going on there, and it's challenging times. So, because you've been so wonderful, you have to be in a photo. Would you mind taking your lanyards off and then standing? And if the photographer is in the room, there he is. He's like a ninja in the dark. He is going to take a photo of you, and I'm going to prevail upon you all, if I may, to please give them warm applause, because it makes them feel special, and therefore they will smile. And that's really important. You have to stay a bit longer for this gentleman. He needs his time, I'm telling you. You good? If you can look at this one, just ignore him with his smartphone. We don't care about him. I'm going to applaud you. And we are going to just have a look at him. Okay, you're all right there? Okay, so just stay seated for just one moment because it's tidier. Just a quick one. We'll check in with Fanny if we've got your illustrations here. But here we go. That's just for you to be able to see if you think that you look pretty enough in the pictures. That's the most important thing. We don't care about the messaging. No, obviously I jest. So those will be available on the screen for everybody. Okay. Just a nod. I don't know what time we're coming back. 2 o'clock? 2 o'clock. So I'm just saying to those online, keep an eye. Don't go too far. 2 o'clock, I think, is when we will start. This is a rock star of a panel, Maritime Security Power for the EU, because we have EMSA, EFCA, Frontex, the Coast Guard Functions Forum chairs Italy, Spain, and the Cypriot Navy representative. What more could you want? Okay, so don't be late for that. Please come back. Thank you so very much. Thank you to Fanny. See you all soon. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, now you can. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, are we good? All right. Okay, thank you. Please take your seats. Okay, now I always ask this question, and I'm prepared to put my hand up first. Who had more than one small dessert? Good, good for you. Who had more than 3? Who quite possibly, like me, had 5? Oh, Jesus, just the 3 of us. Well, I salute you. It's very difficult. I was circling like a vulture, and then I had to keep going in, and it was terrible, but delicious. All right, so are we good to go, Christos? We're good to go. Welcome back, one and all. So I'm looking at 1, 2 of the online cameras. For those of you who are joining this brilliant panel, you've made the right choice. Very warm welcome back to our online audience, to all of you in the room. If for any reason you would have taken your phones off silent, can you make sure that they are back on silent? So we have a 60-minute session, Maritime Security Power in the EU. Again, and I'm sorry about this, I would love to take a raft of questions, but with 6 speakers in 60 minutes, it's a bit tricky. I'll do my best, but please don't hold me to it. I trust and I hope that our conversation will be so wide-ranging enough and pertinent that it will cover all sorts of issues of relevance to you, this very diverse crowd. Our starting point is, well, as an example of a European sea basin, the Mediterranean sits at the crossroads of major global trade, energy, and communication corridors. And all of those things we heard earlier, undersea cables, pipelines, key shipping lanes linking Europe, Asia, and Africa. So, as you all know, safeguarding these assets and maintaining freedom of navigation is increasingly central to EU strategic autonomy and regional stability. I think we can all agree that what is going on geopolitically puts all of this very much front and center. So there are all sorts of interconnected challenges facing the broader region. You've got irregular migration, you've got search and rescue, you've got environmental threats and maritime safety and more. You've got security and fisheries control and maritime crime. So an awful lot. But we have a splendid panel to explore how EU policy instruments and operational frameworks and cooperation mechanisms can be better mobilized to address all of these very diverse but overlapping maritime security challenges around Europe. And it's brilliant because, as I said before the break, we've got the EU's 3 maritime agencies that are involved in security and surveillance. They've got this really cooperative framework. They work together in a structured way. And we've also got key Coast Guard functions forum chairs. We've got Italy, we've got Spain, and we're also going to hear from the Cypriot Navy. Plus, our first speaker, who's going to headline this discussion, put some meat on the bones of the context and why we are having it, and that is the Director General for Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, Charlina Vitcheva. A warm welcome to you.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We are lucky to have you. The why of the discussion, because security in maritime domain is a vital component, as you said already, for our strategic autonomy, but also for our regional stability. and there is no day passing without alarming us about how much this is important in our current dynamics. And as you said as well, the challenges are not only complex, they are also evolving to be easier. They are also overlapping, you said, Katrin. So all the difficult elements come into a constellation that is difficult to manage if we don't apply a coordinated and strategic approach that will make us able to see in a strategic and centered and targeted way. And that is all in order to ensure the safety of our seas, because without security, there is no healthy ocean, there is no blue economy, there are no viable coastal communities, and knowledge is interrupted to be collected. And ocean diplomacy will suffer. The Mediterranean is a key European sea. It's Mare Nostrum. And this sea is at the heart of our major global trade, energy, communication corridors. Therefore, protecting these vital assets and maintaining the freedom of navigation, which we hear more and more about today, is essential not just for the day-to-day work and the day-to-day interests, it is essential for our strategic interests. However, the region faces a range of interconnected challenges, including, and you mentioned some of them, irregular migration, so that's why our three agencies, among many other things, they have to be ready all the time for sea rescue operations. Environmental threats, they're super projected in the Mediterranean Sea. Threats to maritime safety and security, not to forget the illegal, unreported, unregulated fisheries, which is part, normally, of a bigger maritime crime. Addressing these issues requires from us to be comprehensive. And we need to be able at all times to leverage the strengths of our member states and the European Union at large. And how we're doing that, I've said several times we need to be strategic. So we have elaborated our strategic approach, and we had quite a good progress, I would say significant progress, in not only developing but also implementing this strategic coherent framework that we established with the revised European Union Maritime Security Strategy already in 2023, but that was not the first one, that was the revised one, together with its action plan, together with the very valid contribution and their own strategy and action plan of the member states. This framework is key because it aligns us on our objectives. It guides our efforts to enhance maritime domain awareness, manage risks and threats, and boost capabilities. It reflects a political consensus that the EU must develop a wider range of effective tools to address the increasing hybrid and cross-domain nature of maritime threats. And now we come to the European Ocean Pact. Everything looks very coherent, and it is, because in the European Ocean Pact, one of the 6 pillars we have outlined in June 2025 was to reinforce our commitment to maritime security and defense. It integrates maritime security and defense into our broader ocean governance framework, highlighting the importance of Coast Guard cooperation, and I'm really happy that we have distinguished representatives of our Coast Guard community in Europe. But also, we need not only physical presence, but we need also unmanned capabilities, a maritime critical infrastructure protection, to name just a few. And I have to tell you that in 2023, the issue of maritime critical infrastructure was not there so much projected. And I'm really happy that we had an anticipatory approach, I would say, to include this new pillar, because it was not present before, into our horizon of action. The initiative and the initiatives, because we have the strategy and the Ocean Pact, really demonstrate the European Union determination to address maritime security in a strategic, holistic, and coordinated manner. Coordination of efforts across member states and EU agencies, which we have the pleasure to have them today at the top level, ensuring that our policies and actions are aligned is essential to meet our strategic objectives. At this point, I would really like to take a moment and praise the work of the EU agencies that are present today for their valuable day-to-day contribution to maritime security and the implementation of the related EU policies. We value so much, not only your day-to-day work, but the commitment, the enthusiasm, the fact that we can rely on you. We can sleep quietly. EMSA and EFCA, they have an excellent bilateral cooperation, which has become a true flagship of how EU agencies can combine their complementary mandates to deliver a real added value for member states at sea, from maritime safety and environmental protection to effective fisheries control. Building on this solid partnership, the tripartite arrangement was born between EFCA, EMSA, and Frontex. And it has further enhanced the collective capacity to support national Coast Guard function through shared information surveillance, and we have some really flagship initiatives there, communication services, capacity building, and joint risk analysis, resulting in a more integrated, coherent, and efficient EU presence at sea. Through their cooperation, the three agencies provide the best possible support to member states, to their Coast Guard authorities, and I'm sure they will give us a great outline of their work and their endeavors and challenges of today. I'm also very pleased with the presence of the chairs of the two Coast Guard Forums, which play a key role in constant exchange and coordination of the efforts of member states in our Mediterranean Sea. The Commission fully supports your work, and EMSA, EFCA, and Frontex do too. Alongside these efforts, we have a practical handbook on European cooperation on Coast Guard functions, also representing an important supporting tool. It is being regularly updated as the challenges evolve, and always in close cooperation with the member states and the three agencies. This reflects the latest operational challenges, and there are many, and all the time kind of surprising us. Looking ahead, we must continue to adapt and evolve. You have heard a lot about adaptation, about evolving challenges, and how agile we should be. It's not only about the Multiannual Financial Framework, it's for our day-to-day work. The maritime domain awareness, for example, drone pilot, was there to address such an evolving challenge and to achieve integration of available data alongside with the classical CISA, the Common Information Sharing Environment Network, the strategy for cleaning up unexploded munitions. You would remember that already the previous college was very much upfront with ideas there. The coordinated maritime presence that we have around Africa, and our favorite MMOs, multi-purpose maritime operations. This all comes with the expansion of the Coast Guard cooperation through areas and through day-to-day work to deepen our engagement and collaboration. So, in conclusion of this introductory statement, maritime security is and looks like it will remain for the long future a strategic priority for the EU. It needs our collective efforts and it is absolutely essential to safeguard our extensive maritime domain. Having the biggest exclusive economic zone collectively of all EU member states in the world is a huge responsibility. Today's session provides a real opportunity, valuable opportunity to discuss how we can enhance our efforts and our coordination to address much better our fears and challenges we are facing. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm wishing to this forum, a very traditional one, a very productive discussion. Thank you.
I can invite you to take a seat. Do you want to be in the same lucky seat on the end as you were in the first panel? All right. Further. We bookend. I like the idea that we bookend people in the middle. So I think it is clear, it's a no-brainer. The cooperation, the coordination, yes, that's absolutely clear, the reasons why. We're going to put the meat on the bones a little bit as the how, what is actually happening, and we're also going to have a glance at how could things be even more efficient? How could you enhance cooperation? Where might things be able to be tweaked? Now, I'm going to read everybody's name out, and I'm going to say the following. I've met the speakers, or the majority, or their assistants, or colleagues online, but I didn't check the pronunciation of all of your names. So if I botch it and butcher it, please, you are welcome to correct me. So let me read everybody out. So we have the Executive Director of the European Fisheries Control Agency. So we've got Dr. Susan Steele. We have the Executive Director of the European Maritime Safety Agency, Maja Markovčić-Kostelac. We'll wait and see. I'm sorry. We've got the Deputy Executive Director at Frontex, Aya Kalnaya. We have Vice Admiral Vicente Gamboa of the Spanish Navy, who is chair of the Mediterranean Coast Guard Functions Forum, the MCGFF. We have Commander Fabio Borriello, who is the Italian Coast Guard and chair of the European Coast Guard Functions Forum, so the ECGFF. And we have Lieutenant Commander, so the Navy, Georg Economou, who is of the Joint Rescue Coordination Centre in Cyprus. With that, you may please give them warm applause as they waft their way to the front of the stage. Come join. Perhaps be seated in the order. I think it might be, or unless you want to mix with the boys, you can.
We don't mind. We're very flexible. You tell us.
Oh, go on. So Susan, you're here. Maja next. Susan here, then Maja, then Aya. Then Vicente, then Fabio, and then George. Are we good? Have we got one too many seats? Have I missed somebody? Oh no, we're good, we're good, we're good. All right, now, tell me, who needs to put me to shame and correct how I pronounce their name? You should be good, Susan Steele. How did I do with yours? There you go. Go on. Correct me and make me feel dreadful. Go on.
Even better than I'm used to it now in Portugal. So Kostelac is not
Kostelac.
The rest is perfect.
The rest. Thank you very much. Your word said superb. Your face did not say superb, but that's okay. It was Vice Admiral. How did I do with you? Not very good.
Yeah. Well, you tried.
Okay, I invited that. All right.
Because you just skipped Cucurella, which is my first.
I know, I did. I did it
It's a Napolitanian surname. It's very, very difficult even in Spain.
That's why I deliberately skipped it. I'm really sorry. Okay, how did we do with the chair of the European Coast Guard Functions Forum? Fabio, how did I do?
It's okay. It was fine.
Okay. This is a very funny start, isn't it? And how about you, sir, Lieutenant Commander?
Yes, actually, I'm George.
You are George?
I'm JRCC Commander, George, just George.
Just George. Okay, thank you so very much. Before I come to speaking with you, and as I said, putting the meat on the bones of how these cooperations work, we have a short video which particularly focuses on how EMSA, EFCA, and Frontex work together In practice, joint operations, surveillance, data sharing, and support to member states. So let's just take a look at that first, and then I will come to questions. Thank you.
Europe's seas are vital to our security, economy, and environmental sustainability. Since 2017, the European Border and Coast Guard Agency, the European Fisheries Control Agency, and the European Maritime Safety Agency have worked together to support EU member states in keeping our seas secure, sustainable, and safe.
When we met for the first time 9 years ago, we were 3 agencies with its respective mandates, working more or less in silo. The same goes with national authorities using our services behind us, working on the ground. Now, 9 years later, we are a network, a solid network of the organization, institutions which work together.
Interagency cooperation has had a very positive impact on interoperability across the European Union maritime space, enabling a more accurate exchange of information and sharing of operational assets, and also providing advanced technological tools.
The agency's services evolve with the changing maritime security landscape, providing national authorities with cutting-edge technology, expertise, and strategic support.
So when you look at the work of the 3 agencies, of the European Fisheries Control Agency, of EMSA and of Frontex, what we're working at the moment is providing a maritime picture, maritime information for the maritime security.
The most important part right now is situational awareness. Because if you don't know what's happening, you can't intervene, you can't react.
Maritime cooperation is also about building a community and dialogue. The annual European Coast Guard event is just the place for it.
Once a year, we meet with all our stakeholders to recap what we have done during the year, but also to shape the cooperation in the next year.
Because in the end, the agencies are here to support member states. So the better they are capable and willing to define their requirements, the better we can respond to them and the better we can help them doing their job.
So we've carried out in total 16 multi-purpose marine operations in the different sea basins in Europe. And this event, we're going to look, what have we learnt? What do we need to do in the future? And how are we going to develop these operations? Never more has it been so important for us to work together.
Multi-purpose maritime operations are a unique interagency service tailored to today's needs. MMOs bring together multiple member states' authorities to address several Coast Guard functions at once. They cover border management, environmental protection, fisheries control, law enforcement, and search and rescue, enabling fast and coordinated emergency response. The maritime domain is changing, bringing new risks and new opportunities. Cyber threats, geopolitical tensions, and risks to critical infrastructure require smarter, more coordinated responses. This unique partnership helps build a stronger and more resilient maritime Europe, ready to face tomorrow's challenges.
None of us can operate singly. We have to cooperate, we have to coordinate, and we have to harmonise.
Fantastic. I love that, kind of a 9-year love story. I mean, more than, I know, but I don't know, when I heard the 9 years, how it's really evolved. And then when it says, ready to meet the challenges of tomorrow, and I think, tomorrow? Oh my God, tomorrow is like literally a nanosecond away. Look at what we're dealing with now. So, what I'm going to do is, for the 3 agencies, I've got the same question, and I'm going to start with EMSA, because you, at the moment, you hold the revolving chair, don't you? So of this cooperation, of this cooperative framework. And the question I'm going to ask is how you see, the 3 of you working together, and, we heard there with the member states, to deliver a genuinely coordinated response to maritime security threats. And if you can give us a couple of examples from the Mediterranean, or 1 or 2 would be great, and then just a little smattering on what keeps you awake at night in terms of the challenges ahead. Where would you put the focus? I know it's crap, isn't it? I know. If we can all be concise, we might be able to create some space to come back. Yeah. Thank you, Maya. Let's just see if it's working. Give it a moment. Try again.
Does it work now?
Yes. It does, yeah.
So first of all, thanks to the organizers for inviting us to this already traditional roundtable when we have the opportunity to capture what we have done and somehow present what are the plans for the future, but also exchange with our stakeholders. This is one of the opportunities. It is already 10 years ago now when our political masters and legislators decide to form this trilateral cooperation between the three agencies. And I would say it was really visionary decision. If you think what risk we were facing 10 years ago and what risk we are faced with today, it was really visionary. Because if we didn't establish this cooperation and bring it to the level that we are working in today, our resilience, our joint resilience in Europe will be incomparably lower. So that is first and great achievement. If you ask me in concrete, I mean, this short film has demonstrated how are we working, what are the, let's say, the institutional frame between us, but also our cooperation with different commission services, and always with the idea to support those who are on the ground. So the national administrations, there are different national administrations to which we are supporting in concrete. You were asking me to give the reference to MED. If you want me to put the risk, at this moment, I would say the increase of the shadow fleet, not just in MED, but also in some other areas around Europe, Baltic Sea, but you have seen the case, how that could end up with the vessel, which is still not finally secured, but it is now under the safety conditions, but which present a serious threat. That is just one example.
I missed your first word. You said the risk of...
shadow fleet.
Ah, okay, yes.
Which are substantially and potentially substandard.
Yeah.
That is, let's say, one of the byproducts of the implementation of sanctions, actually erosion of the implementation of sanctions. The other risks associated with that relatively new threat are the increase of the ship-to-ship transfer in order to avoid sanctions.
Yeah.
And hotspots are in Med. And Med being one of the busiest maritime traffic route and one of the most important, is exposed to this additional threat from safety perspective, from environmentally, so the pollution threat perspective, but also security. I'm not going to talk right now about the whole geopolitical landscape and the other safety and security concerns we are faced with, but what I want to say is that all the assets that we as the agency, from Earth observation, ARPAs, underwater drones, to capacity building, to our network of response vessels, which we are sharing all together, raise the ability of each and every of us. What we have particularly, let's say, put in front is the fact that each of us, within our mandate, decided to go forward with the areas in which we are the best. For example, we have been now tasked to put in place the European Maritime Awareness Center as the result of the fact that in last 15 years we have developed a significant capacity in providing the information and situational information about what's going on in the maritime domain. And this integrated maritime services we are putting at the disposal of all three agencies and all communities performing maritime and Coast Guard functions in Europe, and I think that is the greatest value.
Do you feel the weight of your job? Do you feel the pressure of your job, or?
I adore my job.
Yeah?
I think it's very creative, and yeah, I would never choose any other.
I also, and forgive me if you've had this before, ladies, but just to get 3 women in these positions, 4, sorry, well, yes, already I'm at the bow of Charlina, absolutely. I was just talking from this agency perspective. It's, yes, I sit on a lot of manels. Lovely gentlemen you are, and I'm happy to have you here, especially how you look, but still, it's always good to see that. So let's see how that resonates with you, if I may, Susan, and come to you, European Fisheries Control Agency. Similar question, can you give us examples, of how you are really delivering a coordinated response to maritime security threats, and what keeps you awake at night in terms of challenges?
Well, I think I'm going to start and just say a huge thank you to Cyprus. I can see the mayor is here, and for the welcome that we've received, and for the Maritime Day. I think the Maritime Day gives us an opportunity when we all come together. And one of the things I think, and I agree completely, Maya, it was very, very visionary 9 years ago. The European Fisheries Control Agency, our role is in harmonization and coordination of fisheries control. We were set up 20 years ago in order to make sure that there was a level playing field for all of the fishermen throughout Europe. And I think we do a huge amount of work at sea. If we take the Mediterranean, we coordinated last year 36,000 inspections here. We have a patrol means that's here all year round. We work with all of the member states and many of the and all of the non-EU countries in the Mediterranean. And so we're very, very involved. But the visionary thing of bringing the agencies together is the benefit from the strengths of having us working together. There's a Japanese phrase that I probably use too much, which says, alone we're a drop of water, and together we're an ocean. And in the ocean, we really are together. The risks that we face, we do not know what they are until we go and see them. And this was the whole principle of Coast Guards, of us working together. What is the risk if you see 2 vessels coming together? Is it transshipment? Is it a fisheries issue? Is it a people issue, a border control issue, a safety issue? Or are they just having a picnic and minding their own business? And the bringing of us together shares those capabilities and strengths, and then also shares the ability to give us this much better maritime picture of what's happening. For example, on our vessel that's here in the Mediterranean, we use an Orpus, or a drone that's there from EMSA. We work closely with Frontex and their aircraft, use live streaming from their aircraft while we're there. We work with the European Space Agency and the SATCEN for the satellite data while we're there. And then we work so closely with all of our colleagues, from very strong relationships with the Spanish Navy, with the Italian Coast Guard, with all of the different bodies throughout the Mediterranean. If we look then, we've also been running a European Coast Guard project, and this has been very, very exciting. The first thing we had to do was look at how many bodies there are in all of Europe that are doing the Coast Guard functions. And one of the things with that was the huge variety of how Coast Guards are set up in different countries. So if you go, there's coastguard.europa.eu, and you'll get the information on the 170 bodies that are doing Coast Guard functions throughout Europe. You'll learn everything about them. For the last 4 years, we've been running exchange programs. So people from Finland have gone to the Italian Coast Guard. I'm picking an example, but there's been exchanges between Coast Guards all over Europe. So we've had over 200 different exchange programs throughout Europe through that project, which is then bringing people together. We've worked together on the Greening Awards under Maya's leadership in order to look at how we can develop the Coast Guards. So what you're looking at is bodies that work so much stronger and so much better together. There's no doubt that the Coast Guard relationship benefits every single citizen in Europe with the work that we're doing together. It's a very, very powerful relationship that's delivering results for the oceans, in safety, in stopping illegality, in giving sustainability of the oceans. So it's just wonderful. In relation to what's keeping me awake at night, it's always making sure that we're continuing to work for future, that we're prepared for the worst and hoping for the best, that we're ready for the situations that are coming at us.
And just in all of that, because, I mean, on a sincere way, but I mean, it's a great privilege to be a moderator because you can meet people like your good selves, things that, you know, in my everyday life, I wouldn't even be thinking about. But I watch that film and I hear all of these challenges and I'm kind of like, ugh. In this particular agency, Fisheries Control, is there one area of all the things we heard, that there's all of these competing factors which are stressing, which need to be looked at and unpicked and dealt with? Is there anything that particularly, I mean, you say, you know, we want to keep people safe, we, you know, prepare for the worst, we hope for the best. Is there anything from cybersecurity to, just very briefly?
Can I give you a good example?
Go on,
there's
give an example.
Millions. I can give you loads.
Okay.
In 13, 14 years ago, bluefin tuna were in collapse. They didn't exist in the Mediterranean. All of the fisheries control bodies working together, along with the information that we've got through the Coast Guard bodies who are doing fisheries control and the information, we've been running very, very tight control on bluefin tuna. The stocks have completely recovered. It's really good science, it's really good regulation, it's really good fisheries control. We don't have one of our ships with us. I wish we did. You saw the large orange ships. We love taking people on tours, but we couldn't because at the moment the bluefin tuna campaign is on. So it's a real example of where you're in a situation with a species that was on the red list, that was about to go extinct, and you've got a full recovery thanks to everybody, science, regulators, all of us in the Coast Guard working together. And it's just to give that positivity. And that's the real issues. And yes, there's lots and lots of, it's a myriad of threats. But the thing is that by working together, we can get the best cybersecurity, we can get the best oil pollution response, we can have the best work that we're doing together. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We love examples. Examples bring everything to life and, as I said, put the meat on the bones. Okay, I'm just letting you've got the timing of our session, so just be as beautifully concise as you can. The same thing to you. If I may, I'm turning now to Frontex, to Aya. What would you add to that? I mean, a lot of it must resonate, but coming sort of third to this question, what have we not heard in terms of this genuine coordinated response?
Just to begin with, the fact that you have not thought about many things is a good thing, because that means that the unity is actually working. Yeah, that's very true. One point that I want to begin with is agencies don't operate for their own good. They operate for the member states. And it's not a choice. Cooperation and unity is a question of survival for the EU. Let's not mince words. We are under the attack. In many, many areas, be it Med, be it Baltics, wherever, because the adversary of the European Union currently waging war at our doorstep is not attacking Ukraine, it's actually attacking the European Union, either directly or indirectly. So the message of unity is absolutely paramount. And working together with the agencies, with the member states, for the sake of European Union is a must. If we fail that, then our future is very difficult. And I want to drag you to one absolutely marvelous report by Mario Draghi, who speaks about competitiveness. Report on competitiveness. If you have not seen it, have a look.
So I ask it at every event. Who has looked at it? Who's read the Draghi report?
Fabulous.
Who's read it end to end?
Oh, no.
All right. We try. I try every time. Okay.
Because majority of the report is actually evidence, so which is the beauty of the report. But we have to be honest to ourselves. What keeps us in European Union is the wish to continue be prosperous. For that, we have to be competitive. And what's great in Draghi's report is that he puts 3 pillars which are predominantly needed for continuous prosperity of European Union. One is energy, second is security, and third is innovation. And Director General actually mentioned majority of them. Current geopolitical situation, our adversary is totally aware what is necessary to attack. That's why I want to put more emphasis on the future-proofing, on marrying our capabilities, member states' capabilities, agencies' capabilities into one system that works at the external borders and beyond. Because if we don't, we will continue being fractured. And call me a dreamer, but it is absolutely important that we start integrating our surveillance systems. In many member states, surveillance, closer, okay.
Sorry.
Although my voice carries.
That's right.
Surveillance systems are separated per service. At the EU level, we actually don't have one common situational awareness. And this is where agencies can step in and support that effort. But we cannot do it alone because, for example, in Spain, there is a fantastic surveillance system. We work very, very closely with Spain, but it's not actively integrated. Ability to integrate and see what's coming at our borders is absolutely paramount. What is happening in the sea? Because that allows us to prevent before it arrives. One more moment, and that's working with our partners beyond our borders. It's absolutely important. Working with our partners, neighbor partners in Western Balkans, working with the partners in Northern Africa and beyond, because this is our way of building partnerships. One thing, and I promise I finish, working with partners has to be persistent. Very often we just walk with one project, very happy, everyone claps each other on the shoulder and we walk out. That's not how partnerships are built. This is trust, especially in security environment. This is very, very much about the trust. We have to build the trust amongst the agencies, with the member states and with our partners beyond. And that's what keeps me awake.
And just on that, when you make these two kind of, you said, listen, we've really got to have this integrated surveillance. We've got to have these systems to anticipate what's coming, and we need to work very hard on these partnerships beyond borders. You say that with such passion. Is this because you have been banging on a semi-locked door, or because it's not being heard enough, or is it just, no, it's just this is of the moment and this is what we need to do to meet what is right on our doorstep in terms of threats? Or
I think it's not really the willingness. I think everyone, especially in current geopolitical context, everyone understands, yes, unity is the only way. The problem is that we are built either on member states level or at the EU level as separate pillars. Yeah. So now we have to walk the extra mile to bring this together. And one bit, innovation, technology. It was also mentioned in the previous panel. That's at the core, because technology does not have a gender. We often speak about the dual-use technology. It does not have a gender. But if we continue investing in technology, artificial intelligence or hard tech separately, then we will lose money. And we heard how important funding is for the prosperity and for building our capabilities. So also working on the tech, super important.
Working on the tech, but when you disseminate the tech, people understanding how to use the tech, obviously not tech for tech's sake, and that's a whole other area of both funding, training and coordination. All right, thank you very much. I know that you have only sort of dispensed the tip of the iceberg there in your thoughts and examples and the challenges that keep you awake at night. But let's have a look now at the Coast Guard fora. And who shall I come to first? I think I will come to Italy first. I think that would be good. So we're looking at the European Coast Guard Functions Forum. So that's all about enhancing information sharing and joint operations and all of these. Again, given what we're up against, you know, how can these fora be strengthened so that they can be more effective, so the responses can be faster?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to the Commission for inviting me. I also extend warmest regards on behalf of Italian General Commandant of Italian Coast Guard, Admiral Liardo, and also to our colleagues from Cyprus for hosting us.
You may speak slower if you
slowly,
wish.
sure.
You sound like you've had 4 espressos.
Just to take the time
Don't
to
worry,
say
take your time, because what you say is important, and I
no
want
problem.
to hear it.
So, the ECGFF, European Coast Guard Financial Forum, is a unique platform since 2009 that brings together almost 300 authorities around Europe performing Coast Guard functions. And is a unique platform because it's a collective and non-binding voluntary forum. It's based not only on the dialogue and collaboration, but is mainly the priorities, the trust, the operational coordination, and interoperability, which are factors and elements that we need most at sea. And we cannot improvise them. We need to test on a daily basis, and that's why it's very important to stress on this. The SCGFF, the Italian Costa has the chairmanship, and during this year of chairmanship, we performed several activities. Thanks to the support of the 3 agencies, we discussed a lot with the 3 thematic workshops on the innovation technology, disrupting technology, drones, and also discussing how to perform and to implement the information sharing. So how we can integrate better this point is we can discuss a lot on this, but mainly is to move through the attitude to exchange information, and so the full integration through also the shared responsibility between all the parties, all the stakeholders, and also is important to have an harmonized structure also in the education and training. Is very important to exchange personnel on this, to have a more effective, from operational point of view, the activities. And then maybe last but not least, would be very useful, for example, for the ECGFF, have a permanent secretariat with a dedicated fund in order to have maybe multi-annual programs and multi-annual activities, and in this way we can respond faster and in a very proper way.
Thank you, because I was here, there is a lot. You said it was established in 2009, but you're looking at very diverse areas. Cybersecurity, you're doing a lot of Coast Guard training, information sharing, risk analysis. I mean, the list goes on and on. Just a quick one before I come to sort of, as I would put it, your counterpart in Spain. It sounds like whenever I moderate any sector, there's always, it won't surprise any of you, sharing information. Data, if we're talking, and other information. How is it? How is the information sharing? Clearly, there is a success story there. Clearly, I guess there's still a way to go, but I'm curious, because it sounds like you are in a position where you've got this platform and this framework that gives you greater flexibility, permission, I don't know what the word is. Is it going quite well, the information sharing?
It's getting much better than it was. From our point of view, we have managed to build, I would say, in the civilian world, we like to say, the most complete situational awareness picture. But it will be pointless and worthless if we don't share it. So at the moment, it is at the disposal of all competent authorities of the member states in real time, together with the colleagues in EFCA and in Frontex. Based on this, let's say, basic layer, each of our partnering agency are defining the picture as it is needed, or the information sharing as it is needed in context of their risk assessment, in the context of the need of their community. That is essential. We have also been asked to host, and now we are the host of the new channel of for the exchange of information, predominantly with those communities which were not traditionally connected to our systems, and involved in security in particular and defense. So with, for example, navies, we are going to use CISE as the communication channel, where in the secure manner, the information can be based on the need to know in a real-time exchange with those who needs to have the proper information. So it's good that we don't develop 5 times the same thing, but rather to use and reuse in the context of different risk assessment.
Just a little one before I come to you.
Very, very quick. There is no problem with the information and availability of the information. It's the fragmentation and secure channels for exchange of information. Because if we look at many authorities, they have to use US-based capabilities for information exchange. And this is when we start talking about the European Union's autonomy. So.
You want to just chip? Don't squeeze, it's okay. Go on, do it. I'm not going to leave you out.
So there's one, so we've got the information sharing, but the key to a lot of what we're doing is the risks, and identifying the risks. And the way that we work in fisheries control is shared risks. So the information, but it's also that step of doing the work together in order to look at what are the risks and identify the risks. And in fisheries control, we do that an awful lot. But again, that's one of the areas of development as well. Risk analysis.
Thank you. So I just sort of did an aside there, and I'm going to come back and I'm going to turn to you, Vice Admiral Gamboa, if I may. It's the same question. Again, what would you add there? I mean, here we are now talking not about the European Coast Guard functions, but the Mediterranean Coast Guard functions. And again, you know, how are you seeing that sort of relationship, the relationship between all parties? Is there a way to enhance the information sharing? Again, my question is so that one can respond more effectively and faster to the threats.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank being here. It's a real pleasure. Not only because of the Cyprus is great and the people we've met, but also that I'm leaving my headquarters, which is fantastic because they don't let me leave. So in my spare time, when I'm not chairing this forum, I'm the commanding officer, the commander of the Navy Maritime Action, and it takes a lot of time. And in that sense, to what the director said about the Spanish has a lot of information, but it's not integrated. Yeah, we are not integrated, but no one is. No one in Europe is integrated. So it's something that we have to go for, and it's our special important thing to do, integrate ourselves in surveillance. And well, regarding information, sorry, I'm coming to the question now. But regarding the information sharing, I completely agree with you 3 ladies. Of course, we have to integrate our information and we have to share it, but there are military information that they are confidential and they cannot be mixed with another ones, and they have to have layers, and putting layers to different systems is not very easy. We are on that. We are trying to do that, to make what you said, the need to know, but it's not easy. But the intention of sharing information is there, and you know that is, we are trying to do our best. Okay, coming to your question, well, the Mediterranean Coast Guard Forum seeks to enhance maritime safety security, provide solutions to common issues. They do it by sharing information and expertise and best practices. Here, making the difference is not very easy because this forum is informative, it's not executive. Yeah. So, but in any case, we aspire to make the best out of that. If we take a look at the terms of reference of the forum, we can distinguish 3 main objectives. The first one is discussion, promote discussions. It's exactly what we are doing here, is promoting discussions. And what we are going to do in our plenary forum in November in Cartagena, even if it is not non-binding, with our conclusions could be really productive if we set a very clear agenda with proper questions and with trendy topics like could be the shallow fleet. By the way, the shallow fleet, did you know that there is not a single definition for shallow fleet? Yeah, there is no a single list for shallow fleet. So it's very difficult to tackle the shallow fleet. So we have to start with many different issues in trying to tackle the shallow fleet. And also not only a shallow fleet, but also the AI or UAVs in maritime surveillance. By the way, we in Spain follow the EMSA shallow fleet list, which is congratulations, because I think this is the most complete and clear list and definition. Okay. Well, that is the first
I will need you to I need you to keep it beautifully concise, if I may. Sorry, no, it's not me who sets the agenda. Okay. I still need to talk to our lovely gentleman from Cyprus. Okay.
The second one is, second objective is sharing information and expertise. Well, an essential issue that we need to address collectively is the protection of our submarine infrastructures. The EU is moving forward with initiatives like the EU Action Plan on Cable Security, and also European nations are facing this threat very seriously, normally with the navies at the leading front, but within a multi-agency framework. In this context, we are planning a workshop on submarine cable security between September and October in the framework of the Spanish presidency of the forum. And regarding the third objective, which is facilitating cooperation, this is clearly what we did in one of our activities program in the Spanish chairmanship. In April, representatives of the forum were invited to Alicante to observe a key scenario in our maritime security exercise. The scenario consisted in an accident on board a ship. We provided the ship and the accident, well, it was a dummy accident, and with firefighting, casualty evacuation, search and rescue, pollution control, etc., and involved several cooperating maritime organizations. And looking ahead, we want to bring these stakeholders to the plenary just to let our agency representatives and the nation representatives to engage with them to be sure that we engage with the proper people. And these are the lines of action we are trying to conduct to strengthen the Mediterranean Coast Guard Forum.
Thank you very much. And as you say, voluntary but very comprehensive. And I think you said you encourage, you do the best to get, and a lot of it is the discussions. And I think I hear they're also setting the priorities, being very clear about what you want to discuss and what needs to come first, which kind of takes echoes from the first panel. All right, the question to you, again, EU frontline states, when we're talking here now about Cyprus, there are various European instruments, there's different agency support, also through JRC Larnaca to enhance regional maritime security and safety. How do you see all this? How do you make use of all these different kinds of support instruments?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate the organizers for this excellent event and also for the opportunity to be at this panel. JRC Larnaca is a multitask center. Cyprus is located in the Eastern Mediterranean, the proximity of the stability wars around us. So JRCC has a crucial role to play to this situation. We are a multitask center. It's not limited only to the search and rescue. We should cover and provide search and rescue services in a big area of responsibility that coincides with the Nicosia FIR, is 17 times bigger than the size of the island, with approximately 300,000 ships that sail towards Cyprus. So we have to provide very efficient search and rescue services in this area. Also under the GRCC, we have the Coastal Cyprus Radio coastal station that with the responsibility to promulgate maritime safety formation in the region. And also we cover, for this purpose, some other countries that they don't have coastal station, for example, Syria, Lebanon, etc. During activities in our exclusive economic zone from drill ships, we are the unique and only point of contact. This is very, very important for these companies, that if they have any crisis, maritime pollution, fire on board, etc., they know only one point, the GRCC, they will contact us and we will trigger the appropriate authority for this to confront with the incident. Also, the GRCC provides regional cooperation. We are a kind of a bridge between Europe and also the East. For example, countries like Egypt, Israel, Lebanon, even Syria. We provide through our modern training center that I can say is unique, and have also a search and rescue simulator, not only in Cyprus and Europe, but I can say globally. We have personnel that came to the center to have it on-job training with our simulator, very, very important. Apart from the search and rescue, under our umbrella is also the Xeno Crisis Center that can be activated for any crisis may arise and affect the normal life of the island. For example, marine pollution, of course, mass rescue operation, that the responsibility is under the RCC, also for wildfires, evacuation operations from Middle East. Cyprus was used as a safe haven, and through the Xeno Coordination Center that is operate under the umbrella of the GRCC, we evacuate people back to their home. So we are not limited only to the search and rescue. We are a multitask center, and day by day, year by year, we try to even be better, expand our horizons, and also to enhance the maritime security in the region.
Thank you. Thank you. So I feel like they've done an absolutely impressive job of presenting themselves, and you've really stuck to what I asked you, which is to give examples. I just want to debate and discuss with you, and we don't have the time to do that, which I would love for you to have the chance to do that. I didn't know whether there was one person, a commander, who wanted to speak from the floor, but I don't know if that gentleman is in the room. Commander Likonsas, if he's not, then I just... Yeah, you know the drill. We're kind of out of time, so I didn't know... I'm not sure you can ask a question rather than make a comment, but I don't know what... Hang on a minute, just wait for the mic. You've got Genoveva running in your direction with great energy and attention. And yeah, I just wanted to give you a chance to take the floor, please.
Okay.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Commander Likonsas from OHQ Operation Armeftis. We received last time an invitation for coming to such an excellent panel and audience. Operation Armeftis, you know, it takes place down in the Red Sea. Yeah. Till now, we have participated and supported almost 2,000 vessels to make safe passage, and from these 2,000 vessels, 700 by close protection. I don't like to take your time. If someone, a gentleman or lady, likes to ask something, please, I'm always at your disposal.
Ah, thank you. So Armeftis, special operations, particularly in the Red Sea, escorting in the Red Sea.
And we have also SOLAS cases, and we contribute to save 128 persons in the Red Sea. We prevent some Houthis strikes. Until now, we have 100 success in our attempt. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm pleased
We
I
are
was able to give
proudly
you the floor.
supporting Armeftis from EMSA with our integrated maritime services and with our Earth observation capacities. So,
okay. Thank you.
We are proud to be a part
else,
of your success.
Whatever you need, I am always at your disposal. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Now, unfortunately, I wanted to come and ask questions, but I can't, unless you can just give me 2 minutes, Genoveva, or are we going to be horribly behind? We're going to be horribly behind. Can you really stick to a couple of sentences? I'd love you to be able to, just so you haven't just done 1 or 2 interventions. I really, there were 2 questions that were up for grabs, but it really has to be a 3 or 4 sentence, you know, back of the envelope job. The one question was on with maritime trade routes and all of these lines of communication under real pressure from state and non-state actors. Do any of you think that the EU should recalibrate its maritime security posture to protect economic and strategic interests in the region? Is there any of you who would want to answer? I think, Maya, you did want to answer, but it has to be brief.
It's hard to answer that, but what I want to underline is the fact that I believe nowadays, going through all these crises, it is evident not just for us in the shipping world, but for the whole community, that shipping is a strategic asset for, name it, energy supply, accessibilities, fuel supply, food supply. So it's a strategic asset, and as a such, it needs and deserves the full term security and defense efforts from all those acting in the maritime domain. And that's what we are trying to do globally, because shipping is global.
Okay, I'll turn to the other one, perhaps. Or did you want it? No, you come in. Let's just take one and then... Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Just very quick. So the first of all, regarding the posture, should be at least a more preventive way instead of respond and react. Mm-hmm. And then advocating stronger, as the Admiral was saying, the cooperation, civil-military cooperation. And last but not least, we need to have a maritime security architecture, replying what we have for maritime safety with all the conventions, UNCLOS, SOLAS, SAR conventions, so on. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, very quick. As the Director General said, we have to recalibrate our posture just with a simple reality. Prosperity depends on the protection of our sea lines of communications. And this protection begins at home. On our choke points, the Strait of Gibraltar or other domestic choke points, even if we have other, that they are being problems. But this is a European priority, not a coastal country priority.
Thank you. Yeah, last one, yeah.
Literally one sentence. It is about fragmentation as well, because those who are affecting the security of the maritime infrastructure actually affect also the other areas. So we have to see the elephant to be able to take out and deal with individual pieces. So this is warfare very often, and we have to see the complexity of the plan and deal with it.
Can I turn to you for some last, can you do a last words roundup, Charlina? Yeah? I'll give the floor to you.
No, thank you very much. It was so encouraging to see everybody talking with passion and full responsibility of what is on our shoulders. What I would like to say is that indeed being visionary saves a lot of effort, but sometimes saves lives. And we want to save life and prosperity for Europe. So that's why we have to be forward-looking, and we have to be preventing more than responding. I confirm fully what has been said. Next point, unity. Fully agree with you. And just look around. The biggest attacks are to break this unity. Take Brexit. Brexit was an attack to the unity. It was not only destabilizing one of the big powers like the UK, it was destabilizing Europe. So unity is there to make us stronger. We have to keep this asset. This is the biggest asset we have. Whether we talk about multi-purpose use of collective data we have, collective capabilities we have, or assessing the risk together in order to have the comprehensive and full picture of what is around, unity is the survival. And last thing, our responsibility is ever growing for the maritime security. Not only because you've said, Lieutenant, that we have, no, probably, what was the rank? I don't want to, 17 times bigger maritime territory than land territory. For Europe, it's more or less the same scale when we add the outermost regions. So just think about the multiple responsibility we have with the security that we have to ensure for our maritime zone. And not only that, critical infrastructure will only increase. It's not only digital cables, it's everything that we have to deploy in order to ensure our energy security. It's everything about our food security coming from aquaculture and fisheries. It's everything about ensuring trade flows are being sustained. So it is only growing, and we have to have it on our radar screen with the biggest responsibility we can have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, my apologies. I couldn't have more time with all of you. I do think you did a tremendous job, again, bringing some great examples to the fore, and also some big asks and pleas. Could we please, we need to really, I'm not going to say solve, but the fragmentation issue. We don't have time, there is no time, actually, in the world we live in for that. And to think about really not just, I think you said ad hoc partnerships beyond borders, but really making them long-term and having that legacy. I also picked up, it's not just about information sharing. We heard about sharing of drones, sharing of vessels. So you've got all of that that's going on between the respective agencies. Interesting to hear, yes, you share information and data, but it has to be finessed. You all have areas that you need to look after, that you need to protect, so you have to be careful on the when and how, and take and have a look at the very, very specific risks. That was very interesting to me. I honestly think you're all rock stars. Genuinely, it's a tremendous privilege to sit beside you, and I think in some ways, you sort of, I'm not sure you get taken for granted, but I wonder how many people, particularly those who aren't living near coastlines, really, really think about the key role you have. You said strategic asset, security, but in all of the different ways that you unpacked there finally in your conclusion. Thank you very much. I hope you'll be around if anybody needs to speak to these good people. Can you please give them a warm, warm round of applause? Before we take a photo, which we will take a photo, I don't know, Fanny, that was, if you got something to show, I'm sure you did, but it might be interesting for them to see, yeah, look, you are the vibrant coloured one there, Maya. Look at you. Charlina also, very much. Regional resilience, yeah, you captured it. Information sharing carefully, working with partners beyond borders. Excellent quote for anyone who's sharing online: prevention instead of response and reaction. The importance of education and training, the importance of technology, we heard that very strongly, and innovation. So thank you very, very much. So Mr. Ninja Photographer, you may all rise from your seats, gather together so that he can get a nice photo of you all tightly together, and we shall take a photo. That would be wonderful. And as before, please do give them warm applause, because I think it encourages them to feel, small bow, to, we've got a lot of photographers there, so you can't not smile until this gentleman here is happy. Okay, he's the most important one, not the gentleman with the biggest lens. The man in the front there. You happy? Is the gentleman with the very long lens happy? Yeah, everybody's happy. All right, so while you take your seats in the audience, don't go, I've just got a couple of instructions. Please don't rush out the door. So, for the audience online, I'm going to thank you for being with us, because you're no longer with us for the rest of the day. Please, thank you. Do please reconnect tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. That's very important. I'm going to let you all go by. Multitasking. No, look, I'm doing this. Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you. Pleasure. Pleasure. So, thank you very much for being with us. To the online audience, we lose you until tomorrow morning. We start again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock for more stimulating discussions. Shh, I'll just say that. For those on site, can you have a look at the screen? If you can just be quiet just a moment longer. Here we have the parallel workshops, all right? They take place throughout the afternoon, as you know, in the plenary room, in other rooms in Carib Mill, at the Stretto Cafe. Plenty of people to help you. Can I just add something else? There is a side event. There's a side event on decarbonising ports and shipping lanes in the European maritime space. It's organised by DG Mobility and Transport. That takes place, well, that's gone now, so forget that. Oh no, it's still going, it's taking place now in the Plefsis Hall in the old port of Limassol, okay? So that's going to start like right now. Don't forget you've got QR codes on your participant badges, so you've got venue maps, you've got floor plans, the full event agenda. Really important, because I forgot to say this before. 7 o'clock tonight, there is a networking reception. It's at the Gazebo Mare restaurant in the Limassol Marina. Think gazebo, okay? But you will not be let in and will be thrown into the water if you don't bring your badge. Bring your badge, all right? And you will also need to keep your badge for access tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow. I have the great privilege of moderating the plenaries at the start and the end of the day. May I thank you all. Fly, be free, and enjoy your afternoons. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. See you online.